this point, I'm pleased to turn this over to Stacy Whidden, who is our Chief Academic Officer. And Stacy has a big role here. She oversees all of the curriculum, faculty, all of the courses, all of the academic side of the house. So she has a big job. Stacy?
Good morning and happy Friday, everybody. Welcome to the 2023 Angileri Quality Symposium. You know, we're thrilled that you're with us today to take part in this event. And so on behalf of the Schoolcraft College President, Dr. Glenn Cerny, I want to sincerely welcome you to our campus. As we begin today, I'd like to introduce a few people in our amongst our midst. And so I would like them to stand, and we'll just hold our applause until the end. One elected official is Brian Broderick here, our Board of Trustee. Yep, Brian Broderick is our Board of Trustee member, serves as secretary currently, and is also the Schoolcraft College Foundation Board representative. We also have several members of our Foundation Board of Governors present. If you are here, Stuart Baker and Ram Ramujan and John Walsh, if you could please stand. Thank you all very much for your support. And finally, an event like this doesn't come together magically. There are several members of the Quality Institute Advisory Board who were instrumental in today's event. So I'd like you to please stand and be recognized. Any members of that? There, you're out there. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So as a community college, we take our role very seriously as supporting our community. And so if you've ever been to our campus or driven around a little bit, or even frankly driven up 275, you can see that we have partnerships within our community, whether it's Trinity's ambulatory care facility, Masco's world headquarters, or the Wolves soccer team fields that are here. We do a lot to create partnerships with our community, and we really pride ourselves on connecting and supporting the needs of our communities. And so last year, how many of you were at the Angileri Quality Institute last year? I see a couple of you. Okay, yeah, fantastic. We're glad you're back. Last year, it was held at our Manufacturing and Engineering Center. And we did that for two reasons. Number one, we wanted to showcase an amazing facility. And so if you haven't been out there, I suggest you stop over there. It's on Merriman in Livonia. Oops, I'm going ahead a little bit in my slides here. And the other reason we held it there is because this space was under a major renovation. And so I wanted to take just a few minutes to talk to you today, show you some slides about some of the changes that we made here to better support our community. So real quickly, one of the big changes we made was to the American Harvest restaurant that you passed as you walked in. So we modernized that. We created a craft grill space for our Brewing Distillation Technology Center. Oop, and my slideshow is just moving quickly without me. We also, wait, stop. I didn't time it. Maybe somebody else did as a hint. The collaborative learning space that you walked by is a large studio that can be used for our classes as well as the community, renting out that space for different things. And then the space that you were just in right now is we call it our perfunctory space. And boy, I apologize for this. I don't know what's happening. And so we enclosed that, and it gave us a little opportunity to have spaces for people to meet and connect with. And so it was really neat. Last night I was here for an event, and there were lots of people in the evening sitting around after workshops and conferences, continuing to network and build those relationships. So I encourage you, when you take a break today, to kind of poke around and have a look at some of the changes that we've made within our facility. So part of the Vista Tech Center is the space that you're going to be in today. For part of it, the Angileri Quality Institute, the conference center, and that was opened in 2022. And really that came out of a vision of Frank Angileri, who had an exemplary career in quality control for over 50 years, I believe 34 at the Ford Motor Company. And he really saw a vision for how can we bring students and faculty and industry experts together to really look at problems, talk about problems, tackle them, and provide solutions in a unique manner. And so he created this space here on our campus, and today the symposium is part of us using that space to really carry out his vision and his legacy. Unfortunately, Frank is unable to attend today, but I did want to take an opportunity to introduce you to him.
The Schoolcraft College Foundation has the great fortune of having Frank Angileri as an extended member of the Schoolcraft College family, and is grateful for his continued support of Schoolcraft College and our students. Because of his generosity, we are hosting the first Angileri Quality Symposium with the goal to stimulate growing interest and support education for the growing demand for quality within the automotive industry. To understand Frank's passion for quality and education, you need to know his story. Frank was born in Sicily and studied economics at the University of Palermo and was just 1 year short of his PhD. He met his wife Bessie while she was vacationing in Sicily visiting relatives. Soon, Frank married Bessie and moved to seek employment. Frank entered his new life with a strong work ethic, and he soon had many jobs, including employment at Saunders and Hudson's. While working, Frank made numerous friends and assisted in translating articles from English into Italian for a Detroit area newspaper. In 1953, Frank accepted a position with Chrysler. A year later, he moved to a quality engineer position at Ford Motor Company. After 34 years with Ford, Frank retired. But that didn't last long. Soon after retirement, he opened Quality Concepts and Strategies Consulting, which lasted 16 years. Frank's wife, Bessie, passed away in 2014. After his wife's death, Frank continues to honor their commitment to giving back, particularly to educating students about quality and the skills needed to be successful. He sees this as his legacy and gratitude to the new country that enabled his accomplishments and a tribute to his wonderful wife, Bessie. In addition to the Angileri Quality Symposium, Frank's generosity also supported the Frank E. and Bessie Angileri Quality Institute, a conference center located in the VistaTech Center. VistaTech is currently under renovation. This space will be used for future Angileri Quality Symposiums. We hope you enjoy the Angileri Quality Symposium and keep in mind Frank's favorite quote from Reader's Digest: efficiency, the ability to do a job well, plus the desire to do it better.
Well, thank you very much. Can you give it up for the Schoolcraft Foundation team? My goodness, I had a chance to catch up with my dear friend John Walsh, a former colleague Drew Coleman, and others. So I'm grateful to be here. I want to say, I'm just hearing about Mr. Frank's story. What a remarkable human being. What a life. I mean, I felt very inadequate, but yet I felt empowered too at the same time, that he thought it not robbery to contribute to this. So obviously in the space of here with esteemed folks who know a lot more about mobility than me, we're not going to be able to talk about the future of mobility, but hopefully if it be permissible, I'll go through some slides and then maybe open up for questions. So let us begin. The future of mobility. Wait a minute. Okay, so let's talk about what we all just experienced. You know, we're going to talk about this, which obviously speaks to why this sector matters so much in Michigan. But we all are dealing with and trying to process what the historic labor agreements that have been reached, at least been suggested to be ratified by the UAW means for the Detroit 3. And I think it's going to take some time for us to settle that out. I think obviously having it resolved is a net positive, so let's not bury the lead. But I do think that there will be time that's going to be required for the big three and their suppliers and others to really understand what this may do to the cost structure for that. All the while you're dealing with adaptation to EVs. We have to, and I'm grateful to be a part of Governor Whitmer's cabinet and bipartisan members of the state legislature are really trying to think through the what must be truths from an infrastructure perspective. Some of consumer adaptation is a function of infrastructure. Some of it is a function of cost and a lot of other things. But, we can talk further, but this just kind of says that we are the center. So while other states were affected by the UAW labor action, national media, international media focused on Michigan because we are the state that put the world on wheels. We gave meaning to the notion of a road trip. And so you can see hundreds of companies are a part of mobility and EV activity. I also want to say parenthetically that it's not just EVs. I think one of the things I've been pushed in my own thinking is really think better about broader alternative propulsion systems. We're going to move from the internal combustion engine. It won't go whole cloth. There will always probably be an ICU for a variety of different reasons. ICE, I'm sorry. But EVs as well as hydrogen fuel cell and, to be discovered, other propulsion systems. So this slide simply says this matters in a huge way. And I would argue that one of the central challenges that Michigan faces is how to simultaneously make peace with the fact that this is our reality. 1 out of 5 of our friends and neighbors count on this sector. So there's always been this push. Well, we got to diversify away. Well, I would argue what we need to do is be able to keep and grow this industry, keep its focus, but accelerate our growth in other sectors such that the auto industry has customers and entrepreneurs in other sectors who can support it. Because I think one of the things that we're realizing is that the lines are being blurred between sectors. I could make an argument that software, entertainment, safety, predictive analytics, insurance, all those sectors intersect at the vehicle. And so this just sort of says what I think all of you know. And one of the things that's critically important is the right side, is that there are jobs at stake if we don't come along with alongside the Detroit 3 and others who are invested in Michigan to make sure that they are competitive to have market share. Once upon a time we represented over 90% of the automotive market. Now, collectively, the Detroit 3 are less than 50%. And so that has ramifications. So there's a reshuffling of the production. I still believe, although the trend lines indicate that because of the things I alluded to all things that we recognize, whether it's range anxiety, whether it's current costs, whether it's infrastructure concerns, maybe the pace of EV adaptation is not going as fast, but we do know it's going to happen. We do know behaviorally, as more and more people come into the market for automobiles, younger people, others are really concerned about environment and really desire to move to alternative propulsion systems. And so this just simply suggests that there is an opportunity to see growth in EV sales. Now, whether it's going to be by 2030 or 2035, we'll eventually see a tipping point, the price point. And we already see it, candidly, in the European and Asian automobile markets. So what are the challenges that we must conquer? We, arguably had the home court advantage. We created the game. But we don't have that because we know what is the one thing we know about capital. Capital has to be responsive to where it can multiply and accelerate its own growth most rapidly. Capital isn't very emotional or nostalgic or biased toward location. So see, these are some of the things that we have to consider, especially in this moment as we try to understand the ramifications for our companies, our historic Detroit 3, as they compete globally. Competitive incentives, a lot of talk in the media about that. That is only one aspect of it. Talent and workforce availability, obviously, why you're so important. We all know the number one asset of any company are the people. And you're in the business of developing people. And just parenthetically, I would say, the need and the urgency of the work that you're doing has never been higher. I think that we have to make sure that we understand and communicate the work that our utilities have done. I think there is a perception, and we all know perception lags reality, that Michigan utility costs are too high. I think that DTE, consumers, and others have taken great steps along with the Michigan Public Service Commission to change that. We have to provide adequate sites, and we have to make sure, because of the speed to market concerns, that in a state like Michigan, we have a lot of land, but we also have a lot of brownfields. So people ask frequently, well, why can't you just put a plant up where a plant used to be? And I will tell you that from a speed to market perspective, there's a reason why not everybody buys a fixer-upper. Why when we in the residential market, we look for homes like new construction. It's the same thing for a business. Companies are concerned about what's underneath some of these brownfields. Some of the brownfields, their physical footprint are just very different. I mean, if you look at a lot of the factories of a bygone era were, square parallelograms. Now you see long rectangular with, miles of just long vertical rows. So the physical footprint, the palette, is very different. And then we also here in government have to make sure that we are customer focused. We have to make sure permitting is easier, and one of the things that Governor Whitmer announced, executive directive, was to streamline permitting, and so we work very closely with our partners at EGLE and MDOT and other parts of state government. We at MEDC, we have to make sure that we're responsive, proactively talking with companies, engaging with them, not just the OEMs, but the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers. And I think one of the things that we have to do, and we can talk further, is make sure that we are engaging with New Lab, Michigan Central, Schoolcraft, those that are in the business of not only developing people, but I would argue that your number one business is developing creativity, developing the ability of people to problem solve and ideate. And so we know why we have to have, and we could change this, and we should change this from an EV ready, but I would call it just a future ready workforce. Because in mobility, right now it's EV, hydrogen fuel cell. There's somebody maybe among us in this room who may come up with the next propulsion system. But we need to have men and women who are flexible in their thinking and ability to deal with composites and materials and all the things that come together to make sure that we are able to compete. I would say despite all the challenges that we have, and we do, we've got to always be better, we're still a state that produces a lot of smart people. A lot of smart people who take quality seriously, and a state that knows how to make things. And one of the things that we're seeing in this evolution is that there are a lot of companies who can make 1 or 2 or 3 cars, but to make thousands, excuse me, and to do that, in a consistent, repeatable manner isn't as easy as people thought. And so that's why I still believe that we have an opportunity. And I do think one of the things we talked about, labor force participation rates, We have to figure out how to get more Michiganders back into the workforce. And there are a number of opportunities, especially that's critically important as demographics. We're getting older. People are not having as many children. So the pipeline. I mean, this is an existential opportunity for everybody in higher ed or even pre-K through 12. So we have to get those that are of working age, and working age is expanding significantly as we get older and people want to have vibrant lives well into their 80s and 90s. We have to figure out and remove those barriers to people participating, whether it's childcare, whether it is the effects of long COVID, whether it might be mental health, which I think is, in many respects, the not discussed as frequently existential crisis facing our nation. So these are things upon which we have to collectively work. So these are state projections. This is all here in Michigan. These are the top sort of 50 occupations by educational training. And what this says is, what's the requirements? What must be required? And you, as you obviously know better than me, are a critical part of that equation. The notion that Governor Whitmer, bipartisan members of the legislature, and I'm sure each of you can sign on to, is we have to be a state of lifelong learners. The era of going to high school and saying, okay, I'm good, or getting your associate, I'm good, getting your BA, I'm good, or getting a master's, I'm good, because technology is disrupting what your BA or associate or high school degree even meant. I mean, I couldn't even imagine. I mean, I finished high school back before fire was invented, and I'm glad somebody enjoyed that joke. Thank you. I'm not that old though. I'm getting there though. But the point is that I would have never imagined. I tell our son, who's a sophomore in college, the thought that you had to go to a computer lab, because not everybody had a personal computer. He thinks, like, what the hell are you talking about? I was like, yeah, that was real. I'm 55, but 55 is the same 55. It's not the new anything. But the point is that we have to make sure that people understand that there's always room to tweak. Society will demand us to tweak, and that's why Schoolcraft and what you do is so critically important. Whether it's a degree or certificates or tune-up programs, we all, I'm a recovering lawyer. Lawyers have continuing legal education, accountants, so many other professions, and I think a lot of people in the manufacturing sector, mobility sector, have to also think similarly. So we are, and I don't want to imply that there was a single answer, but one of the things that we're doing is we have a talent solutions team, because we realized that we needed to make sure that we came alongside our community colleges, our four-year institutions, public and private, and we needed to make it easier for companies and the colleges and businesses to come together to sort of discuss their talent needs. I would say, and challenge every businessman, businesswoman, when you go back to your company, really ask the question, do people really feel that talent acquisition is a strategically important part of the business? I would make an argument that the number one thing that a company has to think about is who's coming through the door. I'm a huge sports person. Sports teams spend most of their money on scouting. Scouting, injury prevention, care and maintenance of the athlete, regardless of the sport. And I think we need to begin to have companies think that way. HR should not be compliance. It should be, in my opinion, a strategic function about getting, maintaining, and constantly pushing to the next level talent. Another thing that we're trying to do is also be more responsive. I mean, obviously, you know that because look what you've done in the community. You've got different nodes for people to plug into this great institution. And so we're trying to do that. We've divided the state into 10 prosperity regions. This is something that was inherited from Governor Snyder. And I would say, just parenthetically, regardless of how we feel politically, this notion that everything one side says is garbage and everything my side says is just perfect is just rubbish. And it's not going to help any of us take that next journey to greatness that our next generation deserves of us. So I hope we can get back to a point where we can have really rigorous debate, but understand that there is a governing coalition in the center. That's just a parenthetical. But I think it's important because I think sometimes we swing back and forth violently without really thinking through that the one thing that businesses, and I would argue increasingly young people want is consistency, predictability. I may not like where you are, but I want to know where you are. And it's hard to do that if you keep swinging back and forth. Another thing, I talked a little bit about incentives and site readiness. We can talk about this further, but the point is that we, with a whole lot of help from a lot of people, really worked to ensure that we were able to compete. I mean, if you go back a short distance in time, when Ford decided to go and invest, $7 billion in Tennessee, over $4 billion in Kentucky, it was a shot across the bow. But it really wasn't a shot about the bow. Ford had to do what was in the best interest of their shareholders. But it really forced us to really rethink and understand the mobility of capital. And federal industrial policy, regardless of what you think of the Biden-Harris administration, has fundamentally reset global allocations of capital, and capital is coming back across a number of critical industries to the U.S. And we have to be responsive. We have to make sure that as there are federal dollars to incent companies to invest in the U.S., we have to make sure that Michigan can match. Because it didn't say, okay, just because you're mobility, you got to come to Michigan. There are other states, especially along the I-75 corridor, that are very competitive. Parenthetically, I will say to you, there are only 2 southern states that don't have an OEM or a major tier 1 mobility supplier. Florida, my home state, because Florida's not really interested in it, and Louisiana, where I worked prior to coming here, who desperately would want one and would do anything they could. I was part of that team that even before people were offering billions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars a company, but there is a population mismatch. The population in Louisiana is along the I-10 corridor. If anybody knows about the I-10 corridor, what happens on the I-10 corridor in Louisiana? Something called hurricanes. And just parenthetic, right? But if you're going to put a $1 billion factory, you'd like to believe that $1 billion factory is going to be there, regardless of weather and coastal erosion. And I will tell you this, just as a parenthetical, one of the things that I will say about Michiganders, I really wish, because I'm a Michigander by choice, I wasn't blessed enough to be born here, please stop complaining about the weather. I find it highly annoying and somewhat offensive as someone who considers himself reasonably rational. I decided to move here. I knew what I was getting into. I wear layers. It becomes a huge joke among some of my friends. But we've got to be thoughtful about what we say about our state, what we say about ourselves. Because I tell you, people are listening. People are really intrigued by Michigan. But if we say, oh man, the weather and the Lions, yeah, they're 6-2, but they're probably going to lose the rest of the games. I mean, what type of what? Would you want to be with a bunch of people like that? No. So we have to really think about that. So let's look ahead. The Make It in Michigan strategy is really focused on people, place, and projects. You have to attract and develop people. You have to cultivate and revitalize place. You have to compete for and win projects. When you do that, you're going to have shared prosperity across both peninsulas, 83 counties, and you're going to grow population. One of the first things Governor Whitmer did was she created the nation's first chief mobility officer, Justine Johnson. I hope you'll get a chance to meet her. She's a dynamic leader who came from Los Angeles, has multimodal experience, understands the intersectionality, the connectivity of different modes of transportation. And then Hillary Doe. One of the things that we know as a state that we have to grapple with is we have been losing population. In 1970, Michigan had 19 electoral votes. How many electoral votes do we have now? 13. We're the 10th largest state in population. We used to be 8th. Now North Carolina and Georgia are above us. And no, Hillary Doe alone won't solve that. But the fact that we have someone thinking every day about the what must be truths for us to win with not only young people, but I would argue different segments. We should be the #1 state for veterans. If people say that we're an old state, well, we should be the #1 state for growing old. We've got great weather, we got water, we have a lot of things that as you get older, you start like, I kind of like this. Now, everybody may not want to deal with winter, I get that. But there are a lot of people who live in cold weather environments. We should be their destination of choice. So I thank you. I don't know whether I have any time for questions. I may have gone a little long. I tried to self-time, but if I do, I'm happy to address it. But thank you very much and really appreciate your attention. Sure. I've been told that there is time. I'll go out there.
Okay.
Let's see here. Hello. Is this? We can hear you. But can you hear each other? Who has a question? Here you go, sir.
I think there's a strong relationship. You mentioned sites that need to be perhaps way out, long, rectangular. Are all these sites in places where people without cars find it almost impossible to get because our public transport is bad in urban areas and non-existent in more rural areas?
Well, I think that's the tension. When you're a state that put the world on wheels, you wanted people to buy personal modes of transportation. But I really do think you can do both. I think you're seeing greater cooperation with our regional transit authority. I think that's a very viable point. I think this is also an opportunity for problem solvers to really solve this notion of how do you provide shared transportation, how do you provide ways in which people can simultaneously car sharing arrangement the same way that you pool your dollars together. Maybe there'll be some companies probably figured out a way to have a pooled car or sprinter van, and you can buy fractional shares. They do it for jets. Maybe you can do it for cars or other vehicles. Other questions? Oh, I didn't get my steps in, so where are we going to go? All right.
Thank you. My question is about the transition to EVs and also alternate propulsion systems. So is it possible for ICE, EVs, and hydrogen vehicles to be on the road at the same time? Are there different needs in terms of the infrastructure? And what does that mean for where we go with mobility in the future?
So great question. They're already on the road right now. If you go to California, you have hydrogen fuel cells. There are people who have EVs and people who have ICE, and you have hybrid. So I do think that. I think the constraint is, and there are others who are more learned on this subject than me, but really the biggest constraint is really on the infrastructure. If you're going to have widespread adoption from EV, there's range anxiety, but not even range anxiety, it's just convenience, right? When you're in your car, you don't want to have to plan, well, let me not say you. I have a hybrid. And I wanted a total EV. But my brother, who everybody has, some of you may have an older, younger brother. That's what I have. My brother is younger than me, but he's older than me. And he was like, I know you get distracted, and you're never going to recharge. And I can just see you getting stuck in like Marquette and freezing to death, right? He lives in Florida, so he doesn't really have a perspective that you can wear layers and survive. But the point is that I do think this infrastructure needs. So I think we have to think through as we talk about widespread adoption of EV, it's the infrastructure. So we've begun to take some steps We have the largest network of charging stations in state park system. We have the Great Lakes EV circuit. This is work that's been done by the Office of Future Mobility and Electrification. I think especially as we look at in the commercial truck sector, hydrogen fuel cells might be a real, probably alternative propulsion mode because just the weight of the battery. And if you're already having the weight of the battery added to a truck, just the cost structure. But as people, any material scientists here, people who work with materials and composites, you know, that brilliant guy is going to figure out how to have lighter weight materials because that's one of the constraints, as we know, with EV. So I think all three currently exist. I think all three will exist. I think what you're going to see is you're going to go potentially to what they're going to call a power station. And you'll be able to buy gas, you'll be able to get hydrogen, and you'll be able to get a recharge. And we'll be doing that at home. I think those are some of the things that are going to happen in the future. Will it be next year? Probably not, but certainly within the next 15 years. But those are some of the things that we have to think about. Yes, ma'am.
So I hear that, of course, we want the big three and all these companies to bring jobs here. But at the same time, I am so thankful that they're moving out because you have to think about Tennessee and Kentucky, there's no regulations. Ford can dump all they want. And let's just think about the supplier that dumped a bunch of things in the Huron River. We can't fish in the Huron River any longer. So I'm concerned, and what I'm asking you is, what about the dumping? The sealant that they put on the VOCs, the benzene, the lead, the cadmium from the batteries, what are we doing with recycling? Where's it going? And what about the people that live there? When the VOCs come up into their homes, and then you have to put an air mitigation system in there. That's actually occurred. So the VOCs will go into the water, and ultimately, as you know, they want to go up into the air. So it's going into the water down where they dumped, and then going into the homes and the neighborhoods next to it. So what are the solutions? As we bring them in, what are the regulations? Contained paint systems, going up into the air, you know, all these different things, and thinking about industry destroying our actual earth while we're trading it off for bringing in more money.
Well,
You see what I'm saying?
I can't say I see what you're saying because I don't disagree with you. I have to give honor to your view. But that's the reason why we have regulatory regimes. At the federal level, at the state level, at the federal level, we have EPA. At the state level, we have EGLE. I think what's critically important is something that consumers, we the American public, are probably much more sensitive today about environmental things and will penalize companies who aren't environmentally responsible because we know the consequence of some of the things that you alluded to. What I will say is the following. Look, if we as a state, and this is an opportunity, and I didn't have time to get into it, but you know, the governor working with legislators and members of industry have a My Healthy Climate Plan. I believe you can fundamentally have a state, and you should have a state, where you can have and protect the environment, because we know that one of Michigan's greatest assets is its environment. But you also have to have a state that has a vibrant economic system in which companies can have and achieve profitable growth. Because if we want to be a state, let's just bottom line it. If Schoolcraft wants to be a viable institution 100 years from now, it has to have people here. And people typically only live where they can support themselves. And at some point, with technology and everything, there is going to be, I'm not saying there should be environmental pollutants and toxins and things of that nature, but we're going to have to be comfortable with. And I think if we sort of say, okay, we don't want industry, we only want agribusiness or things that we think are more comfortable, one of the largest emitters of CO2 is agribusiness. We are a state that makes things and grow things. So we have to figure out how to live with the fact that we have these opportunities through technology, through industry, and we also have to protect, and that's where we have to be thoughtful with our regulatory regime. It has to be predictable. It has to be responsive. It has to also not be so burdensome that companies go elsewhere. I don't necessarily think that people are fleeing to Kentucky and Tennessee because they care about their environment too. We're all Americans. I mean, air, we learned through the tragedy of the pandemic. It's not like the air says, oh, this is Ohio air, this is Michigan air, I'm just going to stay right here. We're all connected. So I think that we will figure this out. It won't be easy. I think there will be some need for us to figure out how to work together. But I am hopeful, and we have to, especially as a state that and should continue to make things, figure out to find a balance. I don't know whether I have time for one more question or not.
Well, I want to thank you. Is there one more burning question? I've wondered that same thing. So you're the first person I've heard that answered that question. Any other final burning questions? If not, I'm going to turn the microphone over to my colleague, Dean Robert Ludley, Executive Director of Economic Development and Talent Development here at the college.
Oh, yeah, thank you. So thanks to Quinn. I think a lot of people maybe don't realize how much MEDC does for the state of Michigan, and actually for Schoolcraft as well. They're a great partner for us in a lot of different things that we have here. We have a Michigan Small Business Development Center here. We have Apex Accelerator that helps companies get contracts with the government. They have a capital outlay plan, which actually helps do some of the construction that happens on our campus. We've had a new health science center renovation and expansion that was partially funded through that capital outlay program. In addition, we are members of this talent action team for EV as well. So Schoolcraft and Grand Rapids, Macomb are involved in that initiative too. So if you're not on the distribution list for MEDC's newsletter, I encourage you to get on that because you just see how many different things that they're doing throughout the state, large and small, really help our community and our state grow. So thanks to MEDC for doing that. The next panel is going to be led by John Walsh. And John used to have my job here at Schoolcraft, and he did it much better than I do, but I'm aspiring to his standards. So he did spend some time here at Schoolcraft as an administrator, I think in government relations and also running the culinary arts program here, which is really stellar, and he got that program off the ground and was responsible for a lot of the expansions prior to this, and actually a capital outlay program helped fund that initial expansion of this building. So John he's spent time in the House of Representatives. He has spent time working with Governor Snyder. And he's also now, for the last 3 years, he has been the president and CEO of the Michigan Manufacturers Association. So please help me welcome John.
Good morning, everybody. What I'd like to say just quickly is, Rob, I think you're doing an awesome job. Dr. Cerny, you, Dawn, the staff, when I walk in here. So I was here when this was just dirt, and we were able to turn it into a beautiful building that we thought was all that. Now I think this is all that plus plus. So your renovations have been fantastic. I love this room. I'm glad that it remained untouched. It was my favorite and remains my favorite room in the building, but it is fantastic what you've done here. Quentin, great speech. Very glad to be here. Folks, I've liked Quentin the second I met him personally and professionally, and in my opinion, I think he's the best hire that Governor Whitmer has made. That's a compliment to her and to him. He pays me $5 every time I say that. So, but I mean that sincerely. He's been great for the state, great cheerleader. He runs his department well, and they do. I'll talk a little bit about their services and how we interact. Before we get to the panel, Rob asked me to just say a few words from a manufacturer's perspective. And we're going to hear from Bosch, Nissan, and Roush shortly. And we'll talk a little bit about some of the top companies in the state of Michigan. When I was getting ready, I looked and tried to find a common definition for mobility and immediately discovered there isn't a common definition. But for purposes of today, we're going to talk about just moving a person. How can somebody be moved? And then there are ways, transportation is how you move them. And we're going to focus a little bit about methods to be cleaner in moving, and also a little bit about autonomy moving forward. There's lots of subsets. You can talk about access and how it's built, how it's available. And I'm not going to go down, we could spend a lot of time on those, but we're just going to talk about mobility, moving a person, and our goal, of course, is to move them efficiently, affordably, with access, and to be as clean as possible for the country, for the world, for that matter. What I'd like to point out, though, is we're spending a lot of time in this country on electric vehicles, and that's to be sure. But things move quickly. Some of the companies that we'll hear from are also working on autonomous vehicles. That was all the rage. In 2018, when I was still working for Governor Snyder, we went to the Consumer Electronics Show, which is this enormous event. Tens of thousands of really smart people running around looking at the latest and greatest. And it was all about autonomous vehicle. 100%. Very few other things going on. And you fast forward around 2020, the companies are still working on that, still making investments. But our preoccupation now is with EVs. It's a dramatic change in terms of what we're hoping for as a society, what industry is trying to move toward. The reason I bring that to your attention is things move quickly. In 2018, there were federal and state resources available to companies to move faster on autonomous vehicles. Those have been largely replaced by move faster on EVs to the tune of billions and billions of dollars. Not just the money that comes from the feds or from the state of Michigan or other states here in the US, but from the companies themselves. It sounds big what the feds are doing. It's even bigger what private industry is doing moving forward. So I want to talk a little bit about Michigan and our place in providing the backdrop of innovation, making things better. We have it in our DNA to make things. I mean, this is where the automotive industry started and flourished, and we're still a huge player. Quentin touched on some of the statistics. We have the Detroit 3 are here. We have, I think the number is 96 out of 100 of the largest worldwide suppliers are here with a presence, making a big difference in how we move forward. We're one of the 5 largest manufacturing states in the US. Our members, our industry rather, employs 620,000 Michiganians. That's 14% of our population, our working population. And it's 20% of our economy. So the bets that are being made right now on moving to EV or other alternative carbon-free resources are huge for our future. And what's key to that is quality, touching on Frank and his focus and what he's doing here and what he did in his entire career, and it's education. Quentin and I both share a love for good incentives. Some people find them controversial. But every state does it, and so does the whole wide world. Manufacturing is in a worldwide economy. So you have to have some level of incentives. But I think most would agree the number one attraction for a business is people. Are there people educated, ready, and willing to take the jobs that you have? So when we continue to work on education and investing and going pro and Reconnect and other programs, that's going to be key to our future moving forward. So a couple of things I just wanted to mention from an industry perspective. Our members are fully in. So I'll give you a little perspective. We have 2,000 members. We're everything from a 20-person tool and die, right up to the OEMs in automotive, furniture, healthcare, agriculture, aerospace, and defense. Michigan is a unique collection of industries in manufacturing. And in fact, when I talk to people, I've had some experience flying around the world myself in manufacturing in a prior career. The people I meet today, they'll tell you that we are one of the most geographically best positioned areas in the world because we make everything all the time. Everything all the time. We have a 230-person company in Escanaba in the UP. 65% of the mass transit vehicles on the road in the entire world have a part from them on it. We have a 50-person company that is in Grand Rapids that is in every single aircraft in the world. 50 people making this highly technical piece in Grand Rapids, Michigan. So we have some great opportunities for the future moving forward. And our members are working really hard on EVs. But something I want to note is they're also working on ammonia. They're working on hydrogen. They're looking at making marathons one of our members. They're looking at, as they always have, how do we make a carbon-based fuel non-carbon emitting in the end? Every day. EVs has our focus. It has the investment of the public, our tax dollars, through the federal and state government. But I am telling you, hundreds of millions, if not billions, are being spent on other alternative resources as well. And a lot of that research is being done right here in Michigan. So that's just something really to point out that I think is critical. What we need to grow our ecosystem is good companies. Those are the innovators, the early adopters, the creators, and the builders who do it with quality, with compassion for their environment moving forward. We need good people, as I said, and we need strong and consistent public policy. It's got to be strong and clear, and it has to be consistent. The wonderful thing about democracy is we have the opportunity to float really good ideas and talk about them all the time. The downside of that is we're constantly changing. And so what we strive for is a world here in Michigan and US where there's some stability in the policies that are coming forward. And we work closely with Quinn and his staff, with Governor Whitmer and the legislature to get to that level of consistency, because a company looking to invest in Michigan or to continue operating here needs to know what that playing field is. They may have an opinion, but they need to know that the playing field is going to be the same today and tomorrow, within reason. Nothing is static in the world. So we're really working hard on that. So before we turn to the folks, a few things I want to mention is just in terms of some of the challenges before us, for EVs in particular, what came through the UAW strikes, but something that's well known to the industry, is that making an EV vehicle, and perhaps some of the other vehicles that use alternative sources, there are less parts. There will be less suppliers. There will be less jobs. So what we have to be focused on is how do we help companies divert into another industry, perhaps, or to find their way into the new industry moving forward, and how do we make certain that the employees at those companies, not just within the confines, but what's our obligation as a society to make certain that people are being trained here at Schoolcraft or other institutions for that next career. The MEDC is very much at the forefront. Governor Whitmer, with bipartisan support, has announced a number of programs for retraining, retooling, and also attraction, to let people know we're new and vibrant and ever-changing, and we have resources to help you keep up with that moving forward. So that is absolutely critical. One of the things that we're a little worried about, so to the point about the environment, we stand for a clean environment. We support the governor's My Healthy plan. I think it was 2050 is what she was looking for, to get on to clean and renewable energy. Where we're struggling as an industry, where we're struggling on behalf of the employees at our industries as citizens, is how do you make sure you have affordable, reliable, and clean energy at all time? We're a little troubled right now because there is a new energy package out that it's stalled a little bit because they want to move to 2035. That is admirable. We think 2050 is a good goal. We talk to our energy companies and our folks. 2035 is probably aggressive, and a government mandate doesn't make the change. Setting a law that says you're going to be clean by 2035, removing nuclear energy and natural gas from that as clean energy. Look, I'm a liberal arts person, but I'm telling you, it's impossible. 10% of our energy now comes from renewable. 2035 is a little aggressive. So I wanted to point that out because you're going to be hearing about that. We have some opposition to the bill. We don't have an opposition to the goals. It's just time frame and what's included as clean energy. And that's a big challenge because making an EV requires a lot of energy, an enormous amount of energy. It requires products that may or may not prove to be clean for the environment. And recharging requires an enormous infrastructure across the US. So this is something that we're going to have to keep addressing together as industry, academia, and government regulatory agencies moving forward. So I've covered a lot of ground, and I want to move on because we've got some really great panelists. I hope this is helpful just to kind of couch some of the issues that the industry is facing, and then some of the awesome, opportunities going through Quentin, coming to us, coming to Schoolcraft College. We can point you in the right direction to a lot of resources that will help you get your company ready or your people ready for the future. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor back to Rob. Yep, Rob's going to come up. Thank you.
Thanks for that introduction, John. Appreciate that. So we have some representatives from industry that are going to join the panel, and maybe as I introduce you, you can kind of come up, and they'll give a little bit more of an introduction of themselves as well. So Justin Allen, Director of Powertrain Testing from Bosch North America. Justin, you want to come up? You guys can give them a hand while they're coming up. Sure. And Paul Bowser, Director of Prototype Services from Roush. And Dave Venegas from, he's Senior Manager, Human Resources and Business Partner. He works at Nissan, but he's also involved in a collaboration, and he's going to tell us a little bit more about that with Magma, not Magna, like the initial flyer said. He doesn't work for two different companies. He's working for Nissan and spending some time with Magma to help in the mobility efforts in Michigan. So we have on that panel, just to kind of let you know, these prototypes and product designs, these guys are on the front edge or the cutting edge or bleeding edge, I guess, maybe of developing new cars. We were over at Bosch probably before COVID, and they were showing us some of the things that they were working on with the autonomous vehicles, and it was pretty remarkable, and I'm sure that a lot of advances have been made since then. So looking forward to their discussion, and John, it's all yours.
How's that? That's better. Thank you, Rob, and thank you all for joining us this morning. So I mentioned we have some experts here that are going to talk about what their companies are doing, and we're going to dive right in. I'm going to start this conversation, but I think we'll let it go whichever, however it may progress based on your responses. And so what I'm going to talk about is what are you doing in the ICE to EV transition? And while you're on that subject, is there anything else that you're looking at as you're moving forward? And if you don't mind, just take a minute, just re-identify yourself and your company for the audience, and we'll go from there. So, Justin, and we'll just kind of go along. But once the conversation goes, feel free to jump in. Justin?
Yeah, so Justin Allen, I'm responsible for powertrain testing and validation at Bosch here in Farmington Hills. And I guess to your question, John, about what are we doing, we're not just looking at ICE or EV as a solution for the future. There's many, many other options out there, and I think as there was a question earlier, they're on the road today. You can buy them today already. Hydrogen is certainly one of them. A lot of people think hydrogen and they think fuel cell. Hydrogen for combustible engines is also a solution. Right now, the California legislation does not see that as a ZEV, a zero emissions vehicle, but it's certainly something that the rest of the world is looking at. We're also keeping a very close eye on that here in the US as well. But I think there's a lot of discussion that people are pushing towards EV. Don't get the situation wrong. There will be ICE vehicles, combustion engine vehicles on the roads for the next 20, 30 years. So a lot of people see that and think and automatically have to jump towards those new technologies, but we still need to maintain critical infrastructure, staffing, and competency in those areas as well. And that's certainly something us as an organization within Bosch, we're focused on, is making that transformation, but making that transformation at a comfortable pace that we can handle as an organization, our customers can handle, and the consumers feel safe with as well.
Hello. My name is Dave Venegas. I'm with Nissan, and as Rob said, I'm also part of the Michigan Advancement for Greater Mobility Alliance, MAGMA. So, not Magna, as some people might say, but MAGMA is actually it's a collaboration between employers and educational institutes. So it's really a great collaboration that we're looking at to have companies work with educational institutions to find talent and to identify the talent gaps that we might need in the future. So that's what Magma does. And at Nissan right now, as Justin said, we're also working on the transition to EV. But we're also, one of the areas that I think is really important for us, and we're finding a little bit of a talent gap in, is the software. So if you think about what the vehicle is becoming, it's basically becoming a phone on wheels. So we're looking for software, we're looking for different types of engineers. One of the areas that we're also looking at is cybersecurity. And we're actually looking for different types of students or different types of individuals that might be able to work in cybersecurity. So not the traditional four-year school, but if they have a certificate or something else that could help us in that cybersecurity area, that's going to be the key for us right now. So there's a number of different areas. There's so many things that are going on besides the transition to EV. So I'm looking forward to talking more about that.
And I'm Paul Bowser, Roush Industries, Director of Garage Service, Wiring and Electrical Systems. And what Roush is doing, many different things in the prototype realm. We don't have a lot of products that we do for ourselves, but we do have one transitional alternate fuel that we do a lot of work in, and it's propane. So it's a great transition for the internal combustion engine to the EV market. And we work with many, many suppliers out there and OEMs to develop the next generation of vehicle, whatever that might be, whether it's hydrogen, electric vehicle, autonomous vehicle, all of those things combined. And our teams, many of them right here in Livonia, many of our employees come here from Schoolcraft and the other community colleges local to here. One of the other activities that we've weighed heavily on is the EV Jobs Academy, trying to figure out where does that talent pool come from. And some of that is going to be drawing people back to Michigan to bring them into our jobs market. So the EV Jobs Academy has been a good experience for me as a member of the employer support. And I look forward to the rest of this conversation to find out what everyone else has for ideas.
Yeah, that's great. And let's stay on talent a little bit. Dave, you had talked about what you need and where you're looking. Can you go a little more deeper, relationship with Schoolcraft or other training programs, universities? What sources do you have? And what are you looking for from them? If you haven't reached out, what's an ideal relationship?
Yeah, and we have had some relationships with Macomb Community College for our technicians, and we've actually have students from Macomb working with us on we call it a co-op through our technician program. But what we're looking for right now, and actually we're trying to grow our own talent in these areas. So we actually decided I really didn't make this up, but we did decide this year that we are going to have interns that are specifically in software, battery development, cybersecurity, and also big data, so data analytics. I think Quentin mentioned about predictive analytics. Traditionally, we used to have students that would rotate mechanical, electrical engineers, and then they'd rotate into a different number of areas. So this year we decided, this coming up summer of 2024, we're going to have students that we specifically hire that will focus on battery development, software, and those cybersecurity areas. And then we'll grow our own talent. So we're working right now with Michigan State, Western, University of Michigan, and then we're open to any students or any community colleges that have cybersecurity programs. We'd be more than happy to look at your students. We actually just started recruiting this month for summer of 2024. So if you have any students or know of any students, please send them our way.
That's great, thank you. And Paul, in terms of, you've talked a little bit about the EV Academy, are there other programs that you're engaged in? Or is there something that you would like to see from academia, in totality, K through 12, right up to higher degrees through universities?
So interesting that you brought up K through 12. We're trying to work with local high schools in work-based learning programs to help try and feed the educational system with new students that are intrigued with industry. So we bring them in, we allow them to work with mentors on our shop floors in the new technologies that are up and coming, whether they're battery electrics or autonomy, get them interested in the new technologies because a lot of our high schools don't have those programs anymore to get them into skilled trades or professional skills. So what we would like to see is some effort put into the high school level folks, and I know we've got a lot of activity in STEM and STEAM and things like that, but getting their hands on in lab environments and shop environments so that more companies like Roush can take on students in a work-based learning program where we get them excited about what there is to do besides pounding on a computer keyboard.
Great, thank you. Justin and I had a chance to chat a little bit before the program began, and he has 21 years in at Bosch, and we both remarked that that's a long time, in this day and age, that people stay. And Justin, how do you attract people, and what's the effort put in to try and keep them longer than a few years?
There's a loaded question. It's valid. Bosch being Bosch, we're a wide enough company that we have not just the automotive market, so we have many other areas that we can rely on. If someone has an automotive interest, but yet they want to move or take a career change in another area, that's something that we wholeheartedly encourage. Even at the working level, if you have an arrangement or have a situation where you want to go take an international assignment, that's something that we're also very, very open to with our associates, and actually encourage our associates to. It's ultimately our associates' career growth that's up to them, not up to us as an organization. So we as leaders need to do our best and put our best foot forward to help promote that, help keep people and help keep people growing and help their skill sets continue to evolve and not just be fixed on one area. Give people different exposures, maybe mix people around and give them opportunities that they see fit and that maybe you see fit as leaders as well. We had a discussion earlier, as John said, that not all people are staying in the careers or staying in companies as they are right now, but it's less about breaking that comfort mold. It's more about giving them experience and exposures and something that they really feel gratitude about.
Great, thank you. Paul, let's turn from talent to opportunities and challenges. What do you see when you wake up in the morning and you think about that conversion to EVs or other fuel sources? What's exciting? What's in front of us, and then what's a big challenge?
I think back to the same challenge that every company is faced with today is the number of employees that are available. Similarly, I've been with Roush for 29 years, and as far as our company goes, we have a lot of people that are deeply invested in the company and in the number of years that they work for us. And to offset that percentage of long-term employees, we need some short-term employees to come in the front door so that we can pass on the knowledge. We refer to many things at Roush as tribal knowledge, and it comes through that 20 plus years of experience of doing repetitive things with new technologies, and that's where the EV market comes in. The vehicle is no different in the development structure from an ICE to an EV. It still has to go through the same procedures. It has to still meet similar requirements for local and state governments to be on the road. So the development process is the same. It's just a matter of adding new technologies to it and making sure that we can engage students and young employees in building excitement around an EV. Roush is a performance company essentially, and many of the students that come to us expect that they're going to work on a fast Mustang or a hot rod when they come in our front door, and when they find out that we're doing development on the year 2029 EV level vehicles and AV vehicles, and then a different division we're doing defense work, and in another location we're doing entertainment work and building robots and roller coasters and things like that. It's similar to what Bosch has, is a diversity where we can move people around. So if you find a new niche that you like working in the automotive market, and you want an opportunity to go work in our entertainment group, then we're open to allowing that to happen. So I think that's another reason why people stick with Roush. Once you're an employee and you understand the diversity and the breadth of what we do, it builds excitement, and essentially what keeps employees around, it's pride. It's pride in what you've done and what you've accomplished, seeing a vehicle on the road that you worked on 5 years ago as a prototype.
Thank you. Justin, when you wake up, what's exciting? What's on the horizon? And then what are some challenges?
What's exciting is the new powertrain topologies. Again, I'm just a powertrain guy. There's many other new technologies that are out there. We talked a little bit about ADAS, about automated driving. That's certainly a new area. Dave talked about the software apprentice program. We do something similar as well. For me, the excitement is growing those associates. Much like Paul mentioned, we have a lot of very experienced people, and that door is opening up as we're having that turnover, or really we need to be having that turnover. We've got a lot of guys with 30, 40 years. We need that fresh approach. We need the ideas coming from the younger generations, coming from the students, to really challenge us, because what we've done until today, maybe it's been status quo. Maybe status quo is no longer adequate, and we need to start thinking outside the box. So for me and us as an organization, it's really putting those new topics forward and then challenging the organization, challenging ourselves to better the products that we have out in the roads. Paul also mentioned the appreciation for something you work on. That's wholeheartedly true. You see a vehicle driving down with your family, and you're like, hey, I worked on that. That's XYZ, and your wife looks at you with a blank face and says, so be it. But that's really, it's the pride. It's really the challenge moving forward. I think there's no solution, as I mentioned earlier, but there's many other options out there, and helping identify and solve those problems to push that next solution forward. That's what's key.
Thanks. Dave?
Well, I think many things that Paul and Justin said, but one of the things I was just thinking about, I actually did a test drive yesterday with one of our new EV, the Aria, and they like to have the non-engineer always test the vehicle, so that's why they always pick me. But I actually got on M5 from 10 Mile, and there was no construction, so it was nice. But the power of this EV and the acceleration, I mean, it's nothing like you've felt in a traditional ICE engine. If you ever have that opportunity, I mean, that's the thing that we have to, I think, get people excited about, that the ICE or the EV, we're still gonna have them. They're not going away. ICE engines are not going away. We're still gonna have people that drive those, but the EV, having that acceleration and not having to pay for gas at our prices right now. But there's a lot of other benefits, obviously, but that's what really excites me, and the product, and the looking at our products too on the road. It took us a little while to get our new Aria out, but it's out now, so hopefully you'll see it. And I think it gets almost 300 miles to the charge. So yeah.
I can attest to that. I drove a Rivian yesterday, and I think my face is still in the back seat.
All right, I'm going to just throw this out, whoever wants to answer or start us off. But how are you dealing with the workforce and new expectations in terms of being remote? So that might work, of course, for somebody in finance or advertising, but on a production line, not so much. How are you addressing that in your businesses?
So we can't build vehicles from our couch. We all know that. So what we've done is we've allowed some flexible scheduling for technicians and moving between shifts if something's more suitable to what they have in their personal lives going on. We've also we've incentivized having different shifts within the company and some percentage more of their paycheck on Fridays if they take on an odd shift, things like that. Beyond that, it's a learning curve for all of us. It's seeing levels of leadership on the shop floor and talking with people and sharing the experiences, the excitement, what you got to do when you were on the shop floor, and sharing that and portraying some of that excitement and that pride back to the newer employees that come in, and giving them an expectation of there is more than than just work, because we don't call it fun for a reason. It's work. So opportunities to have breaks during the day and things like that. It's still an automotive industry environment, so we have to do the work.
I'll echo that. We do the exact same thing, and I think Paul and I both kind of went when that question was asked, because I think we were both deeply impacted by that through COVID. But exactly as Paul said, at the level of a hands-on task, you cannot do that at home. You can't take the lab home. You can't take the vehicle home. So we've done the exact same thing. We allow flexibility to the associates. If they want to work a 10-hour day in the summer because they want to have Fridays off, do it. Go for it, as long as the task is getting done. It's really been about empowering the associates. This is your job. You are an hourly associate. At the end of the day, you have to accumulate 40 hours. Let's work together as management and figure out how to accomplish that. But the fixed structure and the regimen of this is your job from 8 to 5, 9 to 5, whatever it is, those days are out the window, at least in a non-manufacturing role. In a manufacturing role, you have to have some structure, otherwise vehicles don't walk out the door at a profitable level. But on the development side, there is some level of flexibility. But of course, we're asking associates to be in during core hours, and just like Paul said, making sure that not only the leadership is there, but the rest of the team is encouraging and really highlighting to people, yes, it's great that certain roles can work from home, but that's not the end solution for everybody in each position.
Yeah, and I'll just comment. I mean, we live in a different world than we did 3.5 years ago, and from an HR perspective, it is completely different. But our philosophy has been we say, be where you need to be. So for those who are in office workers, just as Justin and Paul said, they're working 2 to 3 days in the office and then working at home. I think it's really great that we can allow staff now to leave if they need to at 3 o'clock to go pick a child up or go to a sporting event, and then they get back online, at 5 or 6 after that event, and they can still be productive and do things. So I think that's the great thing that's changed about being virtual and having that aspect of the virtual meetings that we can do and other things that we can do at our homes. The other thing I would comment on is that I think that it's really important that we, staff are able to do this, but they have that flexibility and they can do things at home.
Thanks, I appreciate that. That was good. I mean, it was illustrative just to hear how you're dealing with that and still run a production line, get the job done. So I have another question. This one is more on technology. When I did the opening comments, I talked a bit about sometimes the unpredictability of public policy. It may change rapidly. I think that's even faster when it comes to technological improvements. So if you can take a few minutes just to talk a little bit about how an idea might bubble up and how do you incorporate it and move it forward in your process. We could spend an hour on it, but if you're able to just talk a little bit about how it might work in your businesses, I think that would be helpful to our folks.
I guess I'm the HR guy, so remember that.
You get the right answer.
Yeah, I do. But the thing that comes to mind, and I was actually talking to one of our technology guys the other day about the software in the vehicle, and he wanted me to understand from an HR perspective, what talent and how this is coming about. So he said, he used an analogy, and he said, think about smart TVs. You know, 5-10 years ago, smart TVs cost $2,000. Everyone was buying them. They're, you know, it was very expensive. How much does a TV cost now? $400 or $500 probably. But they're selling them not because of the TV. They're selling them for the services you get in the TV. And that's what's going to happen in automotive, potentially. You're going to buy a car, or you might rent a car because of the services that you get with that car, the software that you might see in it. And I know it's really hard to think about now. I mean, it's probably, you know, 20 years ago, if we'd have said you're gonna carry around a computer in your pocket. It's very similar. And what we're going to be driving in 5 or 10 years from now is completely different, and maybe 20, but completely different from what we're doing right now. And so, but the key for us, we have to find talent that can think that way and think that 20 years out from now. So that's what we're looking for.
That's a great point. How to find talent that can adapt, create and adapt. Paul or Justin, any other comments on that subject?
Yeah, I would spin that a little different direction in that we talked a little bit about autonomy being the hot market just a few years ago, and that's kind of shifted to ADAS and kind of using the same technologies, but applied in a different way. So back when we first started, and the prototype market goes back to about 2013 when the OEMs really dove in hard to start developing autonomy technologies. And the concept was that there were roughly 300,000 events that had to be recorded and understood, and then an algorithm written to direct the vehicle what to do with that new information. And in just about 18 months, there were 300,000 events captured, recorded, and algorithms created. And today, we continue to capture new events of things that happen on the road that we have to write algorithms for. They're in the millions now. And so thinking through the technology and how does that apply, we thought it was 300,000 in 2013, and today we're at several million and we haven't captured them all. So think of an autonomous vehicle and the future of that technology as it's a rolling IT network. It has a stronger computer than any one of us or even all of us combined has on our desks at work. And how do we adapt to that technology and tie that into the software engineers and the software technologists and the computer technologists and all these different things that have to come together to make that vehicle a reality. And we can downgrade that a little bit to bring it back to an electric vehicle, and I think that's some of the rationale of why the OEMs have done that. They've gone back to the EV because the autonomous vehicle is a little further stretched than we thought when we started that adventure.
I'll just make a quick comment. I was thinking about that too. Probably 10 years ago, I was recruiting at one of our schools here, and students would come up with computer science degrees, and I literally would say, "No thanks. We're only looking for mechanical engineers." And now it's completely opposite almost.
To maybe touch on I think a part of your question that we hadn't hit yet is the regulatory side of things. Mm-hmm. The regulatory side of things is certainly a directive towards what we're working on and what we're doing, and can shift very quickly without getting into any geopolitical situations that are going on or even within this country. The focus can shift drastically. We look at the EV market right now, and in the last week, I think there's been public documentation that the EV market is now stagnant, that consumers are no longer going after them. There's incentives out there, there's federal tax credits, but the consumer demand has kind of teetered off. And that leaves us as an organization looking at, okay, well, what are the consumers wanting to buy? Is it a PHEV? Is it an ICE powertrain? Is it really the EVs, and just the EVs are saturated right now and they'll pick back up again? The regulatory side can certainly impact that. And if there's an administrative change in the future, that can shift drastically what technology we're working on. I think part of it was ADAS 4 or 5 years ago, pre-pandemic. Everybody was very into that. It was very sexy. It was very new. We all started driving cars less. That became less of a point for us. the consumers were no longer interested in that. You're driving shorter distances, you're not commuting as much, you're going in 2 to 3 days a week. Having a fully automated car maybe isn't your top priority in what you want as a consumer. So that also shifts. It's not just the political aspect, but also how we're functioning as a society can also change what we're working on and what we're doing.
Yeah, thank you for going there. That all great answers. What I'd like to do, Rob, if it's okay, maybe there's a couple questions out in the audience that people might want to ask that I hadn't thought of or they find interesting. So is there anybody that wants, these are some great experts. Appreciate the input so far.
I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So you were talking about, still we're going to be driving the combustion. I know enough to be dangerous, but I am a multiple user of cars. So what can you say to community college faculty, staff, administration? What your needs are in terms of training and retraining. I mean, we talk about the future, so we know that we have to gear up for that, but really, what are you looking for us to provide you?
Software and electrical. That's really, I think Dave mentioned it years ago, we were always looking at mechanical. Those are going to be the guys. We've got this gap. Certainly we have electrical engineers, we have people that have a wire harness capability and things like that, but that area is just expanding further. The vehicles are getting more complex. Formerly, we would drive a vehicle that had 1 or 2 controllers in it, computers. Now we're driving vehicles that may have 60 to 70 of them in a vehicle. We need that complexity to understand complete systems and how they integrate together with electrical systems, software systems, and then the mechanical aspects as well. But I would say really to me is 2 things, software and electrical know-how.
What about current automotive technicians?
We'll take them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
To incorporate, and I'll go back to some of the commentary I had on the autonomous vehicle. When you look at high-level ADAS and autonomy vehicles, they contain all of the mechanical things that are in the automotive programs today. But we add to that the electrical aspects, the controls aspects, and then computer science aspects. I made the comment that it's truly a rolling IT network. So if there were some volume or some level of IT involvement that you could add to the automotive student so that they at least understand what Category 5 and Category 6 IT cable are, because that's going to be existent in the vehicles that they're going to be working on in the future. To know that when we download data from an autonomous vehicle, it has to be done through fiber optics, because copper conductors are not fast enough. They can't manage the volume of data that's coming from that vehicle. So thinking down that roadway and adding some IT technology, computer science technology to the automotive courses would be hugely beneficial.
Yeah, I'll just add that as the technicians, specifically, if you have students that are interested in electronics or batteries and they want to be a technician, I think there's going to be plenty of jobs for them. So if you have some of those. We also just opened a crash test facility at our location 2 years ago. So if you have students that are interested in working as a technician on crash test dummies or setting up crash tests, that those jobs are open as well right now.
I'll maybe add one more, sustainability. I was just recently at a university and was very pleased to hear that they had added sustainability as part of their curriculum. And it's important for the next generation to understand and have that larger holistic view. Why are we actually doing this and what are we doing? Not necessarily for the environment, but the entire process, closed loop. Where are the battery materials coming from? Where are they going? How are they being used? What are the dangers to them? And then also how are they being recycled and reused in the end? That's also an area that I think the industry is focusing on, but at the working level, we need to do a better job of education and awareness there.
Any other, Ron?
Yeah, just so as a retired powertrain engineer, it's great to hear some powertrain stuff out there. Just to follow up, actually, maybe a flip side of the question, right? A lot of students are going through doing some coursework right now. It may not be exactly what you're looking for, but could you talk about within your industries, within your companies, what are you doing to help retrain the workforce that are there? So somebody coming to you may not exactly have the skills that you want right now, but I know you need people, and we have students. And so could you talk a little bit about, you've got the programs in our companies that can help you get to where you want to be?
So years ago, we kicked off 2015, I think. Roush got some grant dollars from Michigan New Jobs Training Program. And as part of that, we developed training classes that will upskill our current employees as well as deliver new skills to incoming employees. So what we've done is we are actually using our experienced employees, 20 plus, 30 plus years, as the instructors for those classes. So not only can they share the experience that they have, but they can also share the story that adds that pride. So we're sharing both sides of the experience of those longer term employees so that, again, it's not just a class that I have to take at work. It's learning about how did the GT500 come about? How did the Ford GT come about? What was the first autonomous vehicle, and who supplied the sensors for it? And how did we integrate all those things? I like to share ideas and suggestion that every employee on a prototype shop floor has opportunity to have a part on a new vehicle. And to the point made earlier, when I point to a vehicle that's going down the road and I say, hey honey, that car right there, I developed the bracket with the engineering team that's holding the core support together, right? Doesn't mean a thing to her, but I get excited about it. And when I talk about that type of thing, and my children see me get excited about it, they want to be excited about it. So they start pursuing those kinds of avenues. And I think anytime we can do that as an employer with the longer term employees and help share that idea with newer employees, it's beneficial.
Yeah, I'll just add that we're similar to what Paul said. We're in the process right now of revamping a lot of our training, using the EV Jobs Academy, and looking at the training that's in that curriculum, and also developing our own. So, but we're retraining. We have a lot of our. You'll be happy to hear a lot of our powertrain engineers that have been there a long time have adapted and are actually moving into the EV space, and they're very happy to.
And what we're doing at the Schoolcraft Community College level is we have what we call it's maybe a little bit of a misnomer, but it's called the Technician Exchange Program, where we take a technician from the program, say, okay, what classes have you taken? And then we have maybe 3 or 4 groups or more that look and say, hey, I have a need for a technician. Okay, this person has this skill set, and this is a person that we want to tap into. Well, then they come to us, work for some months. We're flexible on that. They go back to school, go back to the rotation, come back with another knowledge skill set, and we evaluate it and say, okay, you learn this at the university or at the college, you learn this with us. Now you've gone back to school and you've come back with more skill set. How can we continue to evolve that and not just stagnate someone and say, okay, this is the group that you're going to stay in. We want to make that person more well-rounded, gives them an opportunity to understand what it is that they want to do, what drives them. Also gives us an opportunity as an organization to say, is this your core competency, is this your skill set, or is it in somewhere else?
Great. And Rob, I think that takes us up to the break, or do we have one more? Oh, okay. Go ahead.
All right. I won't take up a lot of time, but just another plug for Schoolcraft. Several of you mentioned opportunities for internships and relationships on technical training, and one of our staff, Karen Maxton, is here today. She's our apprenticeship coordinator, and hopefully you guys have either met her before or can connect today. But certainly in areas of software, we have software programs here. Cybersecurity, we have cybersecurity programs here. Electronics, we have electronics. So it'd just be awesome to have, again, more established relationships so we can be part of that feeder to you guys for interns and apprenticeships. And lifelong learning, yeah.
Thank you, Stu. And let's give a round of applause to our panelists. Thanks so much.
This is the second year we got to do this, and it's been a real pleasure for me. I look forward to this. We take a group of students, we take them over to our annual Quality Summit, 2-day event, which was just down the road here. And then they all are obligated to come in and tell you what they learned and experienced. So that's what we're going to be doing. There's the group. We're missing one. Unfortunately, Peter couldn't make it. But Stephen, Marusha, Hunter, Liam, and Mike will be sharing their experiences. The AIAG, just quick introduction, if you haven't heard. It's an industry forum. It was created over 40 years ago by GM, Ford, and Chrysler at the time to bring together talent from across the industry to solve common problems and harmonize a lot of the systems that were being used, starting out with good business-to-business stuff and moving into quality and then into corporate responsibility and sustainability. So those are our areas of expertise. We have 4,700 companies as members, and that's really where we draw our strength from. And volunteers. It's all about volunteers. Staff of AIG is about 60 people, but it's in any given year we've got anywhere from 600 to 1,000 volunteers that are doing the heavy lifting. We do have experienced subject matter experts on staff. I'm a past global quality director, and there's others in the industry. Thing I want to highlight here is, and for the professors and that, if you can help get the word out as well to your students that aren't here today, we have free memberships for the students that have any interest in automotive. And these memberships offer them access to monthly meetings, webinars we call Future Automotive Executives. They get to hear from current executives in the industry based on their experience and their careers, and they also get to learn a lot about different subject matters from that. So there's brochures out on a table out in the networking area for AIG. It's just flyers, pick those up. And it's all about know-how and know-who. The panel presentations, there will be 3 presentations. I know there's more people than that, but we teamed up. We had a couple from the student business perspective, engineering perspective, and materials. They're going to describe what they did and what they think the future is, and themselves. They're going to talk about who they are, and it's all in their own words. And that's really the meat of this panel. After that, if we have any time left, we will do some Q&A. So I'm going to hand it off. The first presentation is going to be Mike and Marusha are going to talk from the standpoint of a business students.
Thank you, Dave. First time talking into a mic, it's always like taking a first sip of coffee in the morning. You're not quite sure if you're ready. But thank you, everyone. So, just a brief introduction of myself. My name is Mike Sickinger. I am a first-year Schoolcraft student, currently pursuing an associate degree in general business. After Schoolcraft, I plan to go pursue a bachelor's degree in supply chain and logistics. Currently have over 2.5 years working in the automotive industry. Currently work for General Motors on the OnStar campaign. There's a lot of talk about EV today. We're kind of handling the Blazer EV launch due to the amount of connectivity involved in the vehicle. So it's great hearing all that conversation occur. Beyond that, I have over 18 years experience in sales and account management as well.
Hello, I am Marisha Rump. I'm a first-year student. Mine is really quick. I'm pursuing my associates in business administration, and I plan to get my bachelor's from Wayne State University. I actually own and operate a catering business since 2019, and I know that has nothing to do with the automotive industry, but I am looking to switch my career field, so this is what I decided I wanted to do.
So as Dave said, that Marisha and I and our fellow classmates had the privilege of being invited to represent Schoolcraft College at the AIAG Quality Summit that occurred at the beginning of October at the Suburban Collection Showplace in Novi. As business students, we were wondering, we're not engineers, we're not material experts, but what can we learn, what can we engage with over the course of this summit? Main thing for us was, who is the AIAG? The Automotive Industry Action Group is an organization comprised of many OEMs, suppliers, providers, and government entities dedicated to working together. I know Dave touched on that a little bit in the introduction. The first presentation that we got to see was actually by two different Ford executives. Kicked off with Amin Aladina and Joshua Halliburton, both of Ford Motor Company. And basically they kind of talked about how integration is the future of the business. Years past, there was a lot of different teams working individually, and then you kind of compiled the final product together. But now there's no more individual black boxes. You are developing with synergy together in the same environment, and it creates a better process, a better product devoted to quality. You want to? Okay. Further in that keynote, like I said, they talked about the benefits of integration. Allows for also swift triage and updates of issues. Having one box to play in allows developers, programmers, engineers to quickly identify and resolve issues much more quickly than occurred in years prior, and even being able to push software updates quicker than they could previously. By integrating as many systems as possible, it provides the industry with the ability to exert laser focus on customer quality concerns. Amin and Joshua did close with, quality is anyone, anytime, anywhere. Bringing this to a business or sales role, quality is not just the product or building standard, quality is who we should strive to be. The best person for your customers, your company, and your coworkers, and yourself. There was a lot of different presentations we could attend. And again, we're not engineers. So we kind of stuck to the ones that we thought, as a business student, how could we adapt that to what we do? Also, let's be honest, which ones will be able to understand most of the information being presented? Fully will admit that. So we're going to cover some of the ones that we did attend. The IAOB CB of the Year and OEM panel brought together executives from 4 different OEM manufacturers, and also it was moderated by James Bruin of the International Automotive Oversight Bureau. The panel took questions from the audience and spoke in great detail, about all the trials, the perils of mobility and moving to EV. Many questions were asked, but the one that stuck out to me, and still I probably think about it once per week now, is what about electrification keeps you up at night? And the panel had very varied answers to this. Overall, it was about capacity, ability, the timeline. We've heard already today about timelines being shifted back and forth. But Chris Melieu of GM answered backup cameras. And the audience kind of laughed, chuckled, maybe a little bit of silence. And he continued on to explain how government regulations, and even ones that General Motors and the industry supports, dictate a certain time frame for the backup camera to engage on the infotainment system. And that time frame, I want to say, was 0.8 seconds. And he was going, how can we do that? Like, do we have to move modules? Do we have to develop a new wiring harness? How do we get that time down to fit within that regulation? And to me, that was something that, as a business student, I've never thought of, was all the intricacies, the development, that had to go into something as simple as the time it takes for your backup camera to show up on your IHU. One of the next classes or presentations we attended was about disruptive quality and next level thinking. This was presented by Tony Hollis of the Lear Corporation, where she spoke in depth about disruption theory and the benefits of disruption. She went on to talk about how disruption is a scary thing to think about. We don't think of grand things when we think disruption. However, when disruption occurs in our industry, in the world, in our lives, we can take that disruption and it will lead us to better, stronger, more innovative solutions to get beyond that disruption. That's something I think we could take out of the engineering realm and move into business. You can also apply that to your personal life as well. You can always innovate, always move forward, always do better. The last presentation that we attended that we were able to choose was about the digital transformation of an automotive QMS, a quality management system or software. This was mainly about Mitchell Plastics in Sterling Heights, Michigan. You had Cassandra Bain and Brian Martinson speak with firsthand experience how quality control and production has changed and evolved with the advent of new technologies. How years ago they were running papers up and down multiple floors, one end of the factory to the other. But now, by the implementation of QMS, that they were able to digitize and put a lot of stuff to the cloud to make their efforts more streamlined, to improve quality, improve, even reduce shrink, and just make the overall process run much more smoothly. As we enter the modern age, driven by software and technology, quality management systems like Plex do enable manufacturers to streamline audits and the production process while eliminating the need for extra paperwork and extra labor. And thank you guys very much for our segment. Next up will be Hunter and Liam talking about their experiences as engineering students. Very good.
All right, welcome everybody. We're here to talk about the engineering perspective that we got from the AIG Summit meet. First off, my name is Hunter Hain. I am Vice President of the Manufacturing Engineering Club. I go to Schoolcraft for an associate's degree in engineering, and I plan to transfer out to U of M Dearborn to pursue my bachelor's.
Is this working? Yeah. So hi, my name's Liam Fahey. There's a couple of things here, but really what I am is I'm an avid outdoorsman. I love to hike, to hunt. If I don't have a bow in my hand, I am probably somewhere reading a book. But I have a little bit of experience in the field, and I did this event last year. I absolutely enjoyed it. So there's a couple of things about quality. Two big key points I hear is there's growth, and where there's growth, there needs to be quality. I mean, as things get larger, quality systems need to be larger. There's more things that they have to catch. There's more complexity. You know, the demand grows, and you know, as the world stays the same size, systems grow, they become more and more complex. Like Japan, they had to put their whole transportation system underground because they're only a certain size, and I think that's what the world's coming to. And the only way to do that correctly is through quality. And with that, there's also updates. I mean, we're talking about electric vehicles. You know, they're going to be driving computers. Who knows? They're going to fly in a couple of years. And with that, there's a high importance in quality. And, you know, in the new, in the AIAG 2023 Quality Summit, there was some new things that were discussed, such as the new APQP and control plans. There's going to be some changes in that, and it's just helping strive for better quality in the future. And I think that's extremely important. And it's important for both students and for professionals in industry. I mean, from a student perspective, it's critical to connect what you learn in a classroom to what is in the field. To me, as a machinist in my as my previous work, you know, quality was tolerances. You know, that's what quality to me was. Quality in my new position, and after learning about AIAG, is completely different. You know, it's on the large scale of what quality is. And so that kind of merges that to the professional, you know, perspective of, you know, events like these and like what we're doing today is so important because you're building connections, you're building relationships, and there's no way to grow an environment and an industry if there isn't connection between humans. I know after COVID, everything got electronic, you got webinars, you got, you know, live virtual, but there's nothing like meeting someone in person and shaking hands and speaking to them. And I think that's what the importance of stuff like this, stuff like the quality event, and really diving into quality. I mean, who doesn't like some good APQP and FEMAs? But that's what I have. Next up is Steve with materials.
Good morning. So unfortunately, I'm flying solo today. Pete couldn't be with us, but I'm here to kind of give you a little bit of perspective on the AIAG Quality Summit this year and how that relates to materials. So a little bit about me. I'm here at Schoolcraft in the Metallurgy and Materials Science Department. And kind of after that, I already have my bachelor's degree, so I'm committed to Wayne State to pursue my Master of Science and Engineering in Materials Science and Engineering. Just a little bit of a mouthful. But yeah, kind of little fun facts about me. Powder metallurgy and failure analysis are things that I find interesting. So some of the key takeaways from the summit for me. So these QMSs we've been talking about, obviously quality is of the utmost importance, and materials selection is a key component of that. If we don't pick the right materials, we don't decide on the right processes, we're never going to get to a quality product. And with this push that everybody's talking about for EVs and alternate fuel sources, you know, producing quality parts is going to become much more difficult as far as the material selection goes. So QMS systems are very important in that sense, so that we're making sure we're picking quality materials and producing quality products. Something that was kind of highlighted in the keynote at the summit this year was that the experience of using the product is important, right? So having these quality feeling materials and just everything feeling overall sound, and what the consumer thinks about the way the product is. And then again, as kind of Liam and Hunter mentioned, this effort and into having an integrated system of, okay, so here's the material we're going to use, here's the process we're going to use, and kind of keeping all that streamlined through the digitalization of manufacturing and yeah, just making sure it's one cohesive process. So kind of some of my, I guess, student perspective. It was really technical, so a lot of it kind of did go over my head. But I will say I found it pretty valuable just to kind of give some perspective on where the industry is going as far as these new tools that we're bringing in with the digitalization of so many different things. I mean, so much is becoming digital, AI, and kind of getting a perspective on where that's going so that when we get into the workforce, we're not completely blindsided by, oh my goodness, there's so many different systems, and how do we properly implement these to produce quality products? And then kind of just as a note, I think it would be fun to kind of provide maybe an opportunity to engage a little bit more directly with some different companies about the more specific aspects of quality. We kind of covered the macro level of it, but kind of getting a more intimate view of it would definitely be beneficial, I think. And that's all I've got.
As you can imagine, it was a lot of fun working with these students. They could go toe-to-toe with anybody in the conference. I think the only learning curve that you have in quality is the acronyms, like everywhere else. How many of you can spell APQP? How many of you know what it is? So advanced product quality planning, but it's going to be a big change. The manual will be coming out. Pre-sales will start in this December. It'll be out but before March of next year, and it's significant. Do we have time?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'll take a micro. Do you have, oh, no, I guess we'll have to shout. We don't have it. Is there one there?
Yep.
Okay. I'll go out into the audience.
So questions, you can direct them, or there's one down at the end by Stuart over there.
Of course, it's all the way down at the end. Let me.
I'm just so excited for your future. It's just, as somebody who works in student services, I just love seeing and hearing from our, Dawn, our future workforce. It's amazing. So, again, student service perspective, how do we excite current and prospective students to pursue the majors that you discussed today, especially in manufacturing and engineering? How do we do that? What kind of traits do students need to have? What kind of personality, skill sets? I know it's a variety. I know about business, don't worry about that, but the others, because what we struggle with in student services is exciting students that we feel would be a great fit, but they're feeling like, no, that's not me. I can't do that. So, what do you think?
So, as I was growing up, I had a hard time figuring out what I wanted to do. It took me multiple tries to come across it. The only time I actually came across what I wanted to do was off of some career search thing I did in high school. And I came over electrical engineering. It wasn't even at the top of my list. I think it was like third or fourth. But I actually read the description of it, and I was like, I think this is what I wanted to do. Personal traits that I thought related for me to that field was that I found it super interesting to work hands-on. I was super interested into technology and like improving stuff, figuring out how things worked, and that's what really led me to even pursue the field that I'm in now. And the more I actually go through this field, besides, all the math that you have to do, you get past that and you start looking at the actual field. I actually just recently toured 4 technical labs, and I was never more interested in my field till I was there touring that facility, seeing what the people in my field actually did.
Anybody else want to?
Yeah, I'll kind of piggyback off of that one, because I think it's critical that students see what it's like in the work field. I have a previous work history of being a machinist, and so I originally didn't want to go to college. I went in and I wanted to just go into the trades, so I apprenticed. And once I got into the shop, I realized that there's far more than just making, I mean, it's all making something, but it's a matter of understanding what the shop floor is like, what it smells like, what it sounds like. And I think that truly is critical to helping students understand what they want to do and what they like. I mean, the smell of coolant to me still today is absolutely wonderful. But that's one of those things. So I think being able to live, experience, breathe it, it gets them excited. Everything is theoretical until you step on the floor and everything changes.
To piggyback on that, for those of us in the audience, Liam was on the advisory board for this symposium today. And one of the things that you brought up, what students, what would be helpful to students. So for Schoolcraft, those of us in administration, faculty, staff, this is sort of a loaded question, so I hope I don't get fired after this. But what can we do more of? What can we do, maybe stop doing from a student perspective to give you these type of opportunities, and to give you the opportunities to network with, not necessarily in a career fair setting, but in a professional setting like this? Or what would you like to see more of, and what would you like to see less of?
I would like to see a lot more collaboration between business and school. And during some of those meetings, it's something that I've touched on. And I think it's behind the whole philosophy of kind of how I explained, being able to see the industry. And maybe if it's not necessarily like what you were talking of earlier with, trading out people in and out through the school to get that experience, but even just being involved in holding events where you can, at your facilities, where you can bring students in, they experience the floor. I think that's really important, and I think that takes as just much as work from the business side as it does from the school side to kind of organize that stuff together. I think you would see a lot of benefit and a lot of interest.
I think I would have to agree with that, like maybe having the opportunity to actually go to something where you have people that you can meet and talk to, or find out about programs where there is training available, or just even to find out what jobs are available at all. I, going to school for business, originally was thinking just like, I just want to run a business. I didn't think like, where can I use my business degree in the automotive industry? Until I actually was, presented with this type of thing where I'm like, wait, no, I really want to do this now. So I think, just having the opportunity to learn where your degree can go outside of just whatever you originally were thinking or what box you put yourself into.
Thank you. Actually, Liam last year, as a result of this, ended up with 2 job offers after this. So I think networking and learning how to do that is good. So any tips you have for us, we would greatly take them. Anybody else? Dr. Ludley, of course, I think you guys are purposely doing this.
So I'm going to put you on the spot. I think you got a couple faculty members here, so you might get in trouble with your answer, but I'll try anyway. So it's a quality symposium, right? And so from Schoolcraft's perspective, how do you think we're doing in terms of teaching equality in the classroom?
So I have to say, from my perspective, I think Dennis has done a fantastic job of kind of emphasizing the importance of quality and kind of giving us more real-world examples of what quality actually means, right? Because he himself, has unique experience with industry and has kind of given us those examples. So at least from my perspective, Schoolcraft is doing a fantastic job of that.
I think for me personally, my intro to business class, we had a whole chapter on quality and the importance of it in a business. And even if I had never attended the symposium or anything, I think that that would have made me understand like what exactly a business needs to focus on when it comes to quality. So I think Schoolcraft is doing a pretty good job because that's not something that I would have ever considered before.
I guess I can chime in as well since I've been kind of quiet during the panel portion. So one of the things that I've learned throughout my career and definitely coming back to Schoolcraft to finish up my degree and be able to develop my career further, I've always said that business is, I'm just a good middleman. It's connecting quality products with quality people, and quality is the essence of that. So through my classes here at Schoolcraft, it is a nice high standard that we have to achieve to earn good grades and keep getting moving forward. And the quality of the online program, which I take advantage of since I do work full time, and even being able to see buildings like this, which I don't usually get to experience the campus. It is definitely one of the better community colleges, campuses around here. So it does put quality throughout the entire process. We told them to cut you off, Liam.
All right, here we go. You tried. If I might chime into that, I think the quality in Schoolcraft is phenomenal. And if there would be any kind of advice or suggestion, something I didn't realize until I started working in industry is, what do you mean by quality? Because you're going to see quality different in materials. You're going to see quality different in CAD design. You're going to see quality a little bit different in business or in mathematics. And they kind of have a different philosophy behind it. And I think, putting off the quality learning here, I think almost adding in the philosophy behind what is making this quality. Like for, mathematics, for example, how did we get to the way we're doing mathematics? And the thinking behind it. And so, like if you think of Japan's version of quality to Germany's version of quality, one is precision and one is, say, durability. How durable is this? So I think there's just a little bit of philosophy that I don't fully understand myself, but I am absolutely intrigued to continue to learn throughout, my time here at Schoolcraft and my career.
I kind of want to ask a different type of question. The first two presenters, you both made career changes. What precipitated that? What interested you about what you're studying today?
I can go first. So my career change, my career pivot, I spent the bulk of my adult life working in the alcohol industry. I worked in liquor distribution, beer distribution. In October of 2018, I was actually in a car accident. I was driving down 94, like Michigan Avenue and Wyoming exit. I was hit by a semi-truck, put into the wall, spun out 3 times. Resulting from that accident, I was no longer able to do the physicality that was required with the alcohol industry. This was October of 2018. Took me a while to try to get back into working shape. When I finally was, it was the heat of the peak of the pandemic. Was trying to find somewhere to worked with some employment assistance, training, ended up falling into working for Rocket Auto, a division of Quicken, or a spinoff of Quicken. Kind of cut my teeth on the auto industry there. We handled the entire sales process from helping the customer pick the vehicle, through F&I, through all the contracts. But to me, I wanted something that could believe in a little bit more. I firmly believe in putting quality products out there, and I do a better job when I believe in what I'm doing. The opportunity came up for me to work for General Motors in a contract position on the OnStar campaign. Seeing how a car accident did abruptly change my life, it's been a passion project since I started working there about 2.5 years ago.
Hello? Okay. I think for me, growing up, I always was very interested in cars, and but I knew I didn't want to be an engineer. So I just kind of like let it go. And I'm like, oh, I'm really good at cooking. So I decided to just go into that. And then it's just not a passion of mine. So I started looking into a lot of things, and then decided, okay, I'm just going to go back to school. And with running a business, I was very interested in the business side of things, but I didn't want to cook. So I was like, maybe if I go to school for business, I can find a way to get into the automotive industry with using that some kind of way. And then I chose Schoolcraft because I heard just like a lot of good things about Schoolcraft. And then when I got here and I found out about this program, I'm like, this is exactly what I've been looking for to try to get me where I want to be in my life. So I don't know, it just kind of happened for me for research. And then actually Dawn, I think, reached out to me originally.
I did.
So I was just really excited about it, and now I'm happy to be here.
And I'm so glad to see you. I hate to cut this off. We're already running a little bit late. Our students will be here throughout the day, so I'm sure that they'd love any questions and networking. I want to thank Dave for, Dave took out of his schedule not only today, he's on our advisory committee or board, and he also spent 2 days with these wonderful students, mentoring them, making sure they got to where they needed to be in their interests, and then made sure that they did their presentations. And this is the second year we've done it, and we really enjoy. Thank you, David. I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Lovely at this point for the next panel.
Great session by our students. Great to see them up here presenting, working on those public speaking skills, which are probably the most challenging ones. Just wanted to introduce this next session just briefly, and then I'll bring up our panelists in a minute. So this is the Regional Community College Investment in EV and Mobility panel, okay? And I tried to capture some of the things that Schoolcraft is involved in the mobility area. And it's very complex. Talk about, it takes a village. This is kind of a snapshot, and I've probably broken every rule in presentation here because things are so small, but tried to capture all the different things we're working on. So this is kind of a little bit of a snapshot. So top one, D3C3 mobility. We're working, this is Detroit Drives Degrees, community college collaboration. So it's a collaboration, I think, of 10 different community colleges, and it's privately funded from the Wilson Foundation and Ballmer Group, and it's basically to drive curriculum in the EV area. So we had some experts up here earlier, and we'll probably have some discussions during the breakout period. What is it exactly that people need to learn to be successful in this mobility industry? And a lot of these initiatives kind of are in that direction. How do we get people into it, and what is it that we're going to be teaching? So you kind of work your way around it, and I won't go through all the details here, but MEDC, we're in the talent action team for mobility. Congresswoman Haley Stevens was able to give us an earmark of a little bit over $1 million to work on Industry 4.0 and try to develop training center for that, and we're working pretty hard on that. EV Jobs Academy, we've heard that mentioned already. It's an initiative with WIN, the Workforce Intelligence Network of Southeast Michigan, which is, again, a collaboration of workforce development agencies and community colleges in Southeast Michigan. The Closing the Skills Gap, that's a U.S. Department of Labor apprenticeship program, so we do have an apprenticeship coordinator here at Schoolcraft, and so we work on Department of Labor registered apprenticeships and any other type of apprenticeships you really want to work on. So any type of employer-sponsored tuition is great. SME, we just started working with them and their Workforce Pipeline Challenge, and you'll hear a little bit of that from Deb Bolzer in this next session. But you can see that there's a lot of different people involved in this, and Schoolcraft is kind of right in the middle. And we're not the only community college. You know, a lot of these are collaborative efforts. But just to kind of frame our discussion today and all the different things that are happening within the state and within the country to support community colleges in our efforts to help with the workforce and the training that's involved and the reskilling that's involved too. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the speakers, and then one of the first things we'll do is have them talk a little bit about themselves, and we'll get to know them a little. I think somebody take away one of my chairs. Oh, well, okay. I'm good. Okay. So the first person I'll introduce is Frank Abkanar. He's a mobility sector liaison from Schoolcraft College. Come on up, Frank. And you can give them applause while they come up. That's awesome. Great. So Frank is one of the beneficiaries of our D3C3 initiative. We were able to hire him, and we'll talk a little bit more about his role here at Schoolcraft College. Drew Coleman is the Senior Director for Mich Auto and at the Detroit Regional Chamber of Commerce. Welcome, Drew. And we have Karen Maxton, Employment and Internship Coordinator at Schoolcraft College. Welcome, Karen. And Dr. Deb Bolzer, who's the Director of Government and Workforce Partnerships for the Society of Manufacturing Engineers. So welcome, Deb. Not sure I like this. I'm like over here. It's like, you know. I'll be okay. You're too far. Am I too far? So first of all, why don't we do this first before I do that, because I'm going to try to pull up another slide set. So let's go with you, Frank. Maybe first you can just kind of tell us a little bit about yourself. And I think Dan West's question to the students just a minute ago is kind of an interesting one, because I think we all, at least at this point, we're working in workforce development. You know, how did you get involved in that? And I know, Frank, it's probably for you, it's a little different maybe than the rest of us, but nobody goes, you know, when they're a little kid, they don't really think about that as one of their choices, right? It doesn't, oh, I want to be a fireman, you know, a doctor or whatever. Workforce development? Probably not, okay? So Frank, maybe just tell us a little bit about yourself, background, and how you got involved in this.
Yeah, thanks. I worked at Ford Motor Company for over 30 years. And I decided to retire last year, the end of last year. And how I got into this is I've been involved in the SAE. I'm on the executive committee for propulsion systems. And I think it was January that I met Ram Ramanujan, and we had coffee together. And both of us have powertrain background. And Ram talked to me about some of the activities that were going on, and at Schoolcraft, but also overall in terms of developing some new curriculum or updated curriculum for mobility. And it was interesting because mobility is not just one thing. Somebody, I think earlier, said that there's no good definition of mobility, but mobility is electrification, is autonomous, it's ADAS, it's ride sharing, it's connectivity, it's all of that. And what Ram and I discussed was, you know, where do we find a right fit in terms of Schoolcraft can go into. And since I was very much involved in the propulsion system at SAE, that's how it all started. And I thought maybe I can provide a helping hand and some guidance and some support in terms of where we can go.
Great, thanks. We'll just go down the line there, Drew.
Yeah, thanks, Rob. I'm Drew Coleman, Senior Director at Mich Auto. So Mich Auto is an initiative of the Detroit Regional Chamber. We're a statewide automotive industry association focused on, retaining what we have here, helping that industry grow, and influencing policy and programs to support the industry here in Michigan. I joined Michigan last July. It's just been over a year. I was with the Michigan Economic Development Corporation the previous 10 years, led their global business development program, so had the opportunity to go around the world and kind of spread the gospel of Michigan. But with just some personal life changes that were happening and a want to do things more kind of on the ground here in Michigan, this opportunity presented itself. And when I met with Glenn Stevens, our executive director, he's like, the major focus of this is building up all of our talent programs. My life kind of runs like, my brain works in like equations. And I was like, that's like the one unsolvable equation in like Michigan's challenging ecosystem, right? Creating that perfect pipeline to solve the problems of our industry. But it's been really fulfilling. As Rob showed on the screen, it's really about building those partnerships across the state with different stakeholders. So with Mich Auto, we're directly engaged with the D3C3 initiative, that community college collaboration. Bringing the voice of industry into that conversation. So it's a multi-pillared approach, but we're really there to say, this is what our stakeholders are saying, right? These are the skills that they're looking for. These are the challenges that they're facing. These are the areas of need when their open recs are not being filled. But then bringing that voice across to the EV Jobs Academy, the Talent Action Team, the U of M EV program, and others across the state. So it's been really exciting. And we're tackling a lot of, I think, long-term challenges. I heard someone say this about a year ago. They said the war on talent, that phrase was coined 26 years ago, right? This isn't a new challenge, but I think the way that we're approaching it is really, really unique.
Great, thanks. Karen?
Hello. I'm Karen Maxton, Employment and Internship Coordinator at the Manufacturing and Engineering Center. We're located off of main campus. We're on Merriman Road, just south of 96. So I know many of you have been there, but if you haven't, we'd love to have you stop by for a tour. It's an amazing facility. We're really excited to have that space. It doubled our space when we moved from main campus to that facility, which we'll just refer to as MEC from now on. It's a lot shorter. My background is in career counseling and academic advising. As Rob said, I, like most of us, I guess, fell into workforce development. I started about almost 9 years ago with the college supporting a federal grant, the Michigan Coalition for Advanced Manufacturing, and I loved it. What I love about workforce development is there's so many moving parts, there's so many different partners, and so many different ways to approach it. There's the K-12 schools, there's employers, there's our students, there's industry groups that are promoting talent and workforce, and it's putting all those different pieces together to try to really benefit everybody, students, graduates, and businesses. So that's a little bit about me.
So interesting things I learn about people when we do things like this is that I didn't know bachelor's degree in biology, right? And then counseling is a
bachelor's degree in biology and master's in counseling and guidance.
Yeah, which explains.
And I'm using both.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
It explains why you're so good at what you do. So there you go. Yeah. Okay, Deb.
Hi, I'm Deb Volzer, and I am with the Society for Manufacturing Engineers, better known as just SME. SME is headquartered here in Southfield, Michigan, and we are a 91-year-old nonprofit really focused on manufacturing and advancing it in two ways. One is advancing technology and understanding what the art of the possible is. How do we help companies integrate that technology into their facilities? How do we help continue to accelerate the research behind that? And the other side of that is then you've got to develop the workforce. So those are the two kind of tracks that SME really focuses on. I started out in, I think the right place, I started out in higher education. I certainly won't tell you what state I was in because it is a little bit south of here, and I apologize for that. However, please know I've made that change because I now come to this lovely state and to our headquarters here. But I did start out in higher ed. I worked for the Ohio Board of Regents for, the first 15 years of my career, the Ohio State University, and really was focused on what our students needed to know and be able to do to be competitive in the market. That kind of led me into kind of that disconnect for how are we missing this this gap? How do we then mitigate the skills gap that we have we have seen for, as you said, many, many years? So I really started working at the state level, at the federal level, trying to align what individuals needed and finding those historically resilient hidden populations that really didn't have pathways or understand what pathways could lead them to living waged jobs. So that's why I'm really excited to partner with Schoolcraft and launch this initiative that SME is really stepping out. The expertise that we have around manufacturing, we really are stepping up and stepping out to bring that to bear with our community college partners to address the skills gap. So I look forward to talking a little bit about that.
Okay, great. So next thing we're going to talk about is just maybe some highlights from recent initiatives that you guys are involved in. And this time, maybe Drew, you could start us out.
Okay, what have we done? Yeah, so as I mentioned, we're involved in a number of different initiatives across the state, and we also have some in-house programs that we're working on as well. We received a grant from the state of Michigan in 2023 called High Tech Talent. So we've launched a number of pilots and research projects that's really feeding knowledge into how we accomplish other things. One thing I do want to highlight, and it's probably not as in line with some of the questioning that we're having today, but it reflects on the students' comments earlier. So we are launching a social digital media campaign called You Drive the Future, and it takes young people in the mobility industry and tells their story on what they do and how they got there. And we were talking about this in the office the other day. It's really reflective of like a Japanese term called genchi genbutsu. Is that close enough? Which is like go and see, right? There's so many jobs and opportunities in art and industry that are unseen. You can't just knock on Ford's door and say, hey, I want a tour. It's just not an opportunity. It doesn't work that way. So what we're able to do is take like Nando, who's the head of Google Next at Michigan Central, and walk through what he does in his career to really inspire and provide experiences to young people. So that's something we're really proud of. It kind of, when we look at like what we're trying to solve for, yeah, we're working on curriculums, we're working on making sure that we have the right skills embedded into those stacks of curriculum so that we have prepared employees. But really what we're looking to solve is that talent aperture problem. There's not enough people in the funnel to make the true change. So, when we look at what's the problem in the higher education space, it's the people coming in from the PK-12 space. So really inspiring those to move forward and have those natural opportunities to see what's available to them versus not knowing what they don't know. Like I am not an engineer. I would never be one. I just couldn't math. But like you can do management, sales, HR, finance, legal, accounting, and all the other core services in mobility, right? It's not just a make thing, build thing, design thing. It's an industry. So really exposing people to those opportunities is something we're really working on. And then all the tactical stuff as well.
So, Drew, maybe you're not the right person to ask this question, but I'll ask it anyway. In the, my previous earlier life in high schools and everything, they did have the career tech education in the high schools. We still have it, but it's kind of a separate place, and the students have to get on a bus and go in the afternoons and all that. And so there's a little stigma attached to that as well. Are there any efforts to bring some of that back into the high schools?
Yeah, we're working on a number of programs in that space specifically. One thing, obviously, the state of Michigan through the Talent Action Team, they purposely call it PK-12, right? It's from the beginning elements of education through that graduation space. The governor's budget has prioritized K-12 funding. We've launched a couple pilots, one called Engineer in the Classroom. So kind of flipping that script, bringing engineers from automotive companies into the classroom with a module-based curriculum to help them speak at a level that is digestible, because I don't know what I don't know, and I'm about as capable as some of those high school students are when it comes to some of these acronyms and things. So bringing educators into the class or engineers into the classroom, but we're also taking students to opportunities. So this year we took about 85 students to the Automate conference, gave them guided tours with engineers talking about what they do and what those automated system engineering career opportunities are. And then at Auto Show, we took about 120 students from 3 different districts in the region to the show and had them toured by engineers. You know, there was a Bosch engineer that says, oh, like I make the module on that vehicle, right? Making that direct connection. So yes, there is a concerted effort in CTE programming in the high school space, but it's also, again, giving those exposure opportunities so they can apply what they're learning, so they see value in pursuing.
Yeah, that's great. I know it's a challenge because there's, 700 school districts or something in the state, and it's expensive to put all that back, especially with the new technology and the expense of it.
Yeah, and it's also prioritizing. So with Mish Auto, we have funds to help offset some of those costs. So if anyone works with a high school district that wants to get their students to a tech center or manufacturing facility to take a day off, out, a half-day field trip, we'll cover the busing and the lunches. So that's an offer that we have that's evergreen. We have funding for those opportunities.
Oh, that's great. That's
hit
great
me
to
up.
know. And I know Deb's
Yeah,
anxious.
you know what? I am, because
Like, me too.
I want to give kudos to, and I don't know if John Walsh was able to stay, but I have to call out MMA and I have to call out Governor Whitmer for the investments that are being made in PRIME, which is the Partnership Response in Manufacturing Education here in the state. Michigan is leading the nation in implementing that program, which puts equipment into the high schools. So it puts equipment, it puts curriculum, it puts teacher training, it puts sustainability funds into those programs. And Michigan should be very, very proud. They have, I think, 50 schools, and one, I think Troy was just, and actually I should just call you out right up there. You just launched one of the PRIME sites. Students are excited, and so it really does, we look at the local needs of manufacturers and make sure that we are aligning the right kind of equipment into those facilities to then try to ignite and spark a passion for the manufacturing and skills trade and STEM. And I will say that the PRIME program year over year has the graduates of that program, about 90% of them track into either direct to work in manufacturing or track into a post-secondary STEM related field of study. So just wanted to, again, congratulate MMA. They've really been, the Michigan Manufacturing Association has really been in partnership with SME to try to drive that in the state.
Yeah, John was actually bragging to me during the break about that, so it's good. So while we're with you, Deb, I know that's one of the initiatives. Maybe you can talk about the other ones. And I'm sorry the slides didn't come over, so if you wouldn't mind, just go ahead.
You guys are spared from my short slides, so I will give you the synopsis. And I will say again, congratulations to Schoolcraft for being selected to be part of our Manufacturing Imperative Workforce Pipeline Challenge. So SME, knowing that, we have anticipated 2.7 million jobs that will go unfilled in manufacturing by 2030. And in fact, I think I just heard from Deloitte last week, there's 600,000 jobs right now that are open in manufacturing, so not being filled. We have a crisis, and it's not going away. And with listening to the brilliant panel this morning talking about new technologies and new ways of work that are being integrated into the manufacturing field, we really have an uphill battle. Again, SME decided we were going to step up and step out and bring the research, the insights that we have as we work with manufacturers across the nation to try to help our country make sure that we are resilient, we are competitive, and we are secure. And so this initiative, we have decided to invite 25 institutions from across the nation to participate. So it is a very select few schools out of 1,200 plus community colleges across the country. And our goal is really to develop out sector strategies to build awareness across K-12, across veterans, across historically resilient populations, justice-involved individuals, both credit and non-credit, bringing them in. And with the challenge of 1,000 net new individuals through putting into STEM-related fields per year, per college, for 3 years. And if we do that, we will hope to bring 75,000 net new individuals into the manufacturing and STEM-related fields and impacting our economy by about $6 million. So this is not for the faint of heart to join this program, and Schoolcraft and Dr. President Cerny just stepped right in and said, we're the campus that can do this, and so watch this space because there's going to be more to come.
Yeah, I think it's going to be great to be able to partner with SME and all their members in the industry, and we're looking forward to it. We're a little nervous about the 1,000. We explained that to them, but we'll do our best for sure. It's a big goal. Karen, what's initiatives you're working on?
Well, I'll piggyback a little bit about what Drew was talking about getting into the K-12 space. We recognize, as all of you know, that there's fewer students graduating from high school. So where do we continue to find the talent? So maybe there's some high school students or K-12 students that don't know what they don't know, right? So those careers that are available, that are well-paying, they're great careers, not just jobs, careers, we need to do a better job, business, but also I think higher ed in making students aware of what some of those options are. So since January, I think we've probably had 400 students in our MEC building, and the college as a whole is doing this as well through our middle school college awareness program. But we have kids come in from many area schools, and they spend about 2.5 hours at our facility. They rotate through 4 or 5 labs. They're doing hands-on stuff. When they leave each lab, they have something with them that they built or produced and can take home and show mom, dad, whoever. So those have been really well received. And then we're also doing some other K-12 type outreach things like our recent Touch a Job that was a partnership with the City of Livonia and the Livonia Westland Chamber. Again, hands-on activities. We partnered with area businesses, and we had over 300 people show up on a Saturday to do that kind of career exploration. Our health careers were all there, all of our manufacturing, and then the business partners that we had. I had another one I wanted to mention. Okay, so that's about it for the K-12 partnerships. Other things we're doing are a lot of work with state and federal grants. Money is out there to help with workforce development, so we pursue that whenever possible. Sometimes that money helps purchase equipment, expand curriculum. Sometimes it goes directly to students to pay for tuition. We had a grant last year that was able to offer free tuition and a free Chromebook for all of our robotics and mechatronics classes. Sadly, that grant has ended, but that was very well received. We had close to 50 students go through that training. And then we have probably 6 other grants going right now. Some of those offer employer incentives through our registered apprenticeships, getting an apprentice a program set up, and putting apprentices into that. Anywhere from $1,000 to $3,500 are available to employers that set those up. So I think Rob mentioned we do have an apprenticeship coordinator. I'm the internship coordinator. We love putting together short-term training. We love taking your incumbent workers and upskilling them. There's funds available for that through the Going Pro Talent Fund and Michigan New Jobs Training Program. So lots of initiatives with training and outreach and increasing awareness.
Great, thanks, Karen. One of the things that Karen does in her day-to-day job is she works directly with companies and with students, participants, and really helps that student or participant really understand how to find a job, how to do the interview, how to create a resume, the job skills part of it. So she does an awesome job with that. Frank, what are your initiatives, or what are you working on right now?
Well, the last couple of months have been around, since I joined the team, is trying to do an assessment of where we are. Where not just where Schoolcraft is, but where the other colleges are, because with the focus on electrification, because as I said, mobility is a pretty wide-ranging topic, but with the focus on electrification, we wanted to look at the current state map of the state, the colleges, and the business. Up until now, the electrified vehicles have been the domain of the startups. But over the last few years, the established OEMs are getting into it. The interesting part is, the startups decided to not follow all the rules that the OEMs do, but the OEMs are obligated to continue to what they do, along with some of their suppliers, some of the long-term strategic suppliers. And what that is really, from the standpoint of engineers and technicians, are three things. They design and develop, they manufacture, and then once the vehicles are in the field, they have to service them. So the question is, what kind of role can we play in satisfying with curriculum and workforce in those three areas? And in the last couple of months, I've been trying to kind of identify what is the right strategy for us, considering three things. Where we are, the vicinity to the suppliers, some of them are here, how can we serve them, and also to our demographics, the communities that we serve. And the plan is to try to finalize that over the next, really short term, next couple of months, in developing a plan of how do we serve that. And like I said, it's only been a couple of months, but that couple of months is trying to kind of assess where we are. I think we have a kind of an alignment now on where we want to go, and the focus is going to be around, first of all, developing an basic automotive training that Schoolcraft doesn't have yet. We have a lot of great training for mechatronics, for electronics, for machining, for welding. We have those elements, but what we need to do is tie it together and tie it to electrification and mobility. And that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, that's great. So in terms of the community colleges, what could we be doing better? Anybody can jump on this one.
Well, that's a loaded question. I see Drew was like, I'm not going to answer this one. No. You know what? I think overall, what I'm seeing from community colleges and just in conversations with industry and, feedback from them, I think there need to be better aligned pathways that lead to jobs, whether they are shorter pathways, whether they are delivered in a different modality, whether there's work and learn programs, all of these that really can help accelerate depending upon the audience that you're serving. You can no longer think of just those 18-year-old high school graduates that are coming to school. You really need to think about the population that's not in the workforce. We heard Quentin say this morning that we need to get people back into the workforce. The only way we can do that is to create a program that's delivered in a way that is meaningful to them, that fits within their schedules, and that does accelerate a pathway to get them employed. Many of them need to put food on the table. So I would say I would love community colleges, and Schoolcraft is doing many of these things, but it really is understanding the demographics that you have in your community, where those job openings are, understanding what those best pathways are to really address that, and then targeting those historically resilient populations that are hidden. So just as manufacturing jobs are kind of hidden from the general population, we don't know about them. Karen, you were just talking about that. How do you find those hidden populations that you're currently not serving that really could benefit from the great value that you would bring to them?
I'm trying to think of a way to say it in the nicest way possible. I think along
okay,
with
we're all good.
well, amongst friends. But I'm kind of putting like the same lens as like what employers have to do differently as well, right? The people walking into these plants and these tech centers are different than they were before. They have different social skills, different expectations, different barriers. And I think we, as a community college ecosystem, we have to do the same thing. Like the way, like students are coming into our facilities with different skill sets than maybe historically they had, or different barriers, especially as you're looking to diversify your populations. A lot of first generation students don't know what to expect from the structure or the processes that exist in an institution. Like going to the bursar's office or whatever, the processing for student loans and payments and all those things, they don't understand the process. So I think one thing, outside of the curriculum, makeups and things, it's that student success coaching and really doubling down on that. When you look at, I went to an MIAA school, as I was speaking to someone earlier, and they're like, well, what do we do? I'm like, well, look at your first year retention rates. Like, if that's not where it needs to be, that's an area of focus. Because you can get 1,000 people in, but if only 50 of them are getting through the first year, like, it's not meeting the goal, right? So I think student success is a huge area of focus. And then just the way that we look at ourselves as institutions, like, are we siloing ourselves, or are we collaborating across those things? Because as the vehicle is evolving, and we talked about IT skills and electrical skills and other skills that are going into the vehicle, if we're looking at IT as like a business support industry versus a automotive support industry, then we're probably not utilizing and leveraging the faculty and the curriculums in the best way to meet the demand. So I think it's making sure that if we get people in, we can get them through, and the way that we educate them has to be meeting the needs of industry. And I think we're already seeing that.
I think education system in general needs to figure out how to run at the speed of the business. Okay, and let me just give you. Have you heard about the industry? Several people from industry that they're developing their own training programs, right? This is the same industry that is outsourcing everything that's not absolutely critical to the business. Why are they developing their own training programs? And this is not really anything about Schoolcraft, but it's in general. It's because the education system is not responding fast enough and with the volume that they need. That's why they're taking it on themselves. They're basically putting the HR system out. They're basically outsourcing everything that's not directly related to the business, but they're doing their own training. So I think there's something to be learned from that.
No, it's a great point. And I had a colleague that used to work here that said that education is not revolutionary, it's evolutionary. And I think that is, to some degree, that's true. I think we have been responsive when there's been a business need that's been clear. I think the last Ford contract, or maybe a couple of contracts ago, they had if employees wanted to get into their apprenticeship program, they had to take 3 industry readiness courses. And so we became a training center for them very quickly, and were able to deliver those courses in a non-credit fashion. Now, that's a problem for a lot of our people, because they can't, that's obviously paid for by Ford. But if you're paying for classes yourself, then non-credit, we can't get financial aid for that. And so that becomes a problem. So we love to start things from the non-credit side, and certainly we've done that. We've actually worked with Ford at one time with plastics materials and processing classes that they've actually employed us. So we actually taught Ford engineers about plastics. Apparently they slept through that material science class during their school or whatever. But it was interesting, because we're not just teaching students just out of high school. We're actually educating people, engineers in the plastics industry. So we can do that reskilling, and we can do that pretty quickly, but we need to know what it is that you need. And so, to your point, of companies doing their own training programs, I get it, because I think it was a representative from Bosch that was at a previous meeting of Macomb said that the technology changes every 6 months. So how can they keep up with it? And sometimes they don't even know what it is. And then how can they relay that to a training center or school like Schoolcraft? So great points.
I think if there's a strong partnership, on an ongoing partnership, then that communication is going to be there all the time.
Absolutely, yeah. So hopefully through some of these collaborations that we saw on the screen, and actually a lot of that work that was on the screen, I want to do a shout out for Amy Jones. Where is she? She was here a minute ago. There's Amy. So a lot of that work, was the work of Amy. She has become the grant guru here, and done a lot of work and effort into all that, and really kind of brought us into this. Karen, I wanted you to get a chance to share maybe some stories with the people that you work with, and kind of your experience.
We've had some nice successes recently with students. As Rob said earlier, I do work with students one-on-one. I help them with resumes. I do mock interviews with them. We also have a nice partnership with our Career Services Department here on main campus. So we have a couple of job fairs that we do every year with about 100 employers present, 370 some job seekers. But as far as specific successes, that grant that I mentioned that we had last year that paid for all the tuition for robotics and mechatronics, most of those students are still continuing on with their education, but we had 3 that were completing, and we worked with them with resumes, connecting them with companies, and they all 3 got positions. They're doing very well. Another recent student success that we worked with, we had an engineering transfer student that took him a while to find his way. He would work for a while and then he would come back, but he's ready now to be serious. He's finishing up at Schoolcraft. He's going to transfer for civil engineering, and we helped him find a fantastic position as a construction technician, driving a company truck. He's just super excited about the opportunity, so that's put him well on his way. We had a student, Mike, that came to us after his military service. So he was working with our Veterans Center, and he went through our mechatronics program, got the skills certificate, and while he was doing that, he had the opportunity to do a really awesome hands-on internship with a company where they bought old CNC equipment and manual equipment, stripped it down to nothing, and then rebuilt it, and then the company sold those to other companies. So he was doing just amazing stuff, and he is now working at Rivian. His other intern from that position, there was 2 of them there, she's at Stellantis now. So we have the nice partnerships with industry. I wish we had 3 times as many students, but the opportunities are there, and the work that we're doing is helping them get those great opportunities.
Yeah, I think the issue is not necessarily about the programs we have, because I've talked to a lot of people, and I think if somebody goes successfully through our electronics program or our mechatronics program or some of our CS programs, I think there are tons of jobs out there for them. There's no question about that. It's just like, how do we get them? It's a supply problem. So I think some of the things that you guys have mentioned are trying to address that. I'm going to open it up to questions from the audience now. We do have a few more minutes. And any other comments that you guys want to make in this area if we haven't covered something?
Okay, please, on that far side, have a question. Oh, I knew it. Well, I'm going to go to you first.
So my question's kind of for you, Frank, in that, like, in creating this whole other degree program, you have electrical, mechanical, civil, PMP, you have all these paths, but like, I'm just kind of curious what you are thinking with this new program. Is it kind of like a liberal arts of automotive, where there's also the computer science involved, like the Python, so that you can flash the sensors? So I'm just curious, like, just trying to imagine what you're thinking. Calibration, the metallurgical, like all of it for them?
No, the question is, the vehicle as we know it is changing, right? So most people might be familiar with coming in, taking, let's say, welding class or robotic class, or they're maybe familiar with what's out there, or maybe not. But the vehicle is changing in the total propulsion. What's propelling this vehicle? If we want to bring people into this area, they need to have an overall understanding of what this is all about, okay? What are the parts that are interacting? That requires a basic understanding of the system. They don't need to become an expert, but now, once they understand the system itself and overall, how to deal with it safely, how to connect, disconnect different parts of it, then they can deep dive into, okay, now I want to understand what is the battery system? What is the battery management system? Now you can introduce them It's like peeling the onion. You start from the outside and you start taking it apart and giving it. And then people like, we heard from, Nissan, from Bosch, from Roush. Now they have that basic understanding, so they're not completely, blank when they go, for example, to a testing facility, to a prototype facility, that they can start picking up more of that in depth. That's the part that we want to add. I think, like I said, we have a lot of good elements. Somehow we need to tie it together if we truly want to get into the new mobility on an electrified portion. Now, there are other parts of it that, we mentioned about connectivity. We have a computer science program that can really get into that. Big data is very important. It used to be that all OEM, before we had modems on the vehicles, the way we actually looked at our warranty, our quality, we looked at the dealership technician writing something and looking at that writing and said what the problem was. Well, the warranty system wasn't a quality operating system. It was developed as a transactional system. So a technician who's busy, wants to get to the next job, says, broken spring. What does that mean, right? Now, we have all kinds of data actually we can pull from the, so you can actually use, train people, and you really don't need engineers. A good technician with a couple of years of degrees can go and look at the scan through the data and says, there is this common thread between 20,000 pieces of data that came from the field, and they're telling me that I have a problem with my EGR. You see, so that's another element of it from a kind of a big data and computer science capability. That can lead to cybersecurity when you expand that. So there are a lot of connectivity between these, but you need to start with an overall understanding of the system.
I want to echo a statement that you made, Frank, and I think it's a continuation of the statements you just made. And this is by no means a dig at Schoolcraft or anything, but I think it's a testament, a statement to where we are here locally in the state. Frank mentioned outsourcing training. We as Bosch have gone to many targeted universities and said, okay, what do you guys have available for us to outsource this high voltage training or electrical training? There's a university just down the road on M14 that's one of the most prestigious in the world, and they have a mobility center of research. We sat through a 4-hour presentation about all the activities they're doing, and at the end we said, what are you doing with industry partners, and what are you doing to train your staff, your students, and everybody else? And we got there's nothing there. So Bosch here, we're hiring out that training out to Weber State University. Anybody know where Weber State is?
I
Utah.
learned about them recently, yes.
Utah. So here we are in the epicenter of the automotive industry, and we're going across the country to go tap into that resource group. And again, this is not a dig at Schoolcraft, but we have a massive misalignment in the educational domain here to support the industry.
And I think that's what a lot of those initiatives are for, to bring that here. In Weber State, they got a little ahead, no question about it. Yep. And there's other places that have also done that. So, that's definitely a model that we want to try to incorporate here in Southeast Michigan.
I want to just kind of piggyback on that. So I would say some of the gentle criticism that we heard from the panel was that we're not nimble enough, and that may be true. But one way we do work on that is through non-credit short-term training, and we're able to be very nimble on that. Pre-COVID, we offered CNC boot camps 4 times a year and trained up to 12 people each time, and they all got hired immediately. Now, we've tried that same model post-COVID. It's not working, but if somebody comes to us with a training need, we have a business development center, Corrine, hello, that helps set up that non-credit training, and that's very nimble and can be very employer responsive. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Anything else? Any other questions? Dan? Or no, I saw your. Okay. Are we ahead of schedule?
No, I think we're right on schedule.
Oh, good.
Okay. Can I add one more thing real quick? Just a shout out to our faculty at the MEC. We have 3 of our department heads here right now, and we are really fortunate that they are so involved and passionate about what they do. They'll go with us to partner with employers, and they are very willing to help employers meet their talent needs. Sometimes that involves coming into a classroom to let employers speak, field trips. So if you're interested and you have ideas to the businesses out there, please give me a shout, and we will talk about what we can do to help you connect with our students. And I'll offer again to, if anyone hasn't been to our Manufacturing and Engineering Center, look me up and I would love to give you a tour. It's a pretty impressive place. Thanks.
And actually, that's a good point. We do have a couple of new faculty, and also Frank, that can help now, I think, better than we were before in terms of helping to develop any type of training programs that are needed. So definitely willing to talk more with industry to do that. Did Dawn just disappear? She did. So the next step is lunch, okay? So I think you're going to grab lunch, and unfortunately I don't have the list of rooms for the breakouts, but there's, I think, 3 different breakouts rooms with different topics. And so the time between 1 and 1:30, we'd love to have networking a little bit out in the town square. We're calling this room outside here the town square. So a little bit of networking with companies would be, at their signs or whatever. It's a great opportunity for students and just interaction during that time. So the first 45 minutes, working group lunch, last 30 minutes as just networking opportunities. And then we'll be back in here. All right, so we're going to have a little bit of a debrief after the breakout sessions, and it's going to be led by Dan West, who is the president CEO of the now Livonia Westland Chamber of Commerce. They've just merged recently. So Dan's been a great champion for us in terms of workforce development and just really helping us in so many ways with all the different events that we try to put on here. Just had the Touch a Job event at our Manufacturing and Engineering Center, along with Alpha and the Livonia Police Department and the Fire Department, and just a great day for people to come out and experience different types of jobs, different types of occupations. It's like touch a job or touch a truck, but really touch a job, where we got the chance to meet and talk with people that are doing, either going through the training or doing those jobs. So those are the types of events that Dan has been behind and really championing. So let's welcome Dan as he leads this next session.
Thanks, Rob. Well, we're into the last hour of today's event, and what's great about this event today, and I was just talking with some of the folks, is that one of the fundamental things I do in my job at the Chamber is to get business and education to meet and talk, and through the years, you got very talented people that think they know what the other one's doing, and they really don't. And I think many people here are putting themselves out there to realize that education and business, we can all learn from each other. And if you really look at it, that combination and that connection is necessary for any successful economic development in a community. But just quickly to mention a little bit about my background, I'm in my 17th year since I was at the Livonia Chamber of Commerce, and last month we announced a merger with Westland, which now our chamber together represents 1,200 members in the business communities that are the 9th and 10th largest cities in Michigan, representing 180,000 residents, 6,800 businesses, and I think a lot of collaborative opportunities with our 2 cities being, and really a strong industrial base involved in both towns. And as Rob mentioned, the Livonia Chamber and now the Livonia Westland Chamber, we've been involved in workforce development discussions for about 12 years now. And it's a grind, and I'm sure everyone here could testify to that. It's a grind to get people to realize where the demand is, where the skills are needed, and where the jobs are needed, and the growth in all these areas, and letting education know how to prepare people, and letting the industry tell the educators how to prepare young people for future jobs. And that's really what the grind is. It's not easy. there's a lot of stubbornness, a lot of old habits. We have 50, 60 years of saying a 4-year education was the end-all be-all. I'm not to denounce that, but frankly, 2/3 of future jobs require an associate's degree or a certificate. And then now, if from that you can go on and pursue other degrees, and chances are your employer will pay for it if you pursue it. So it's just a matter of getting people to think different about these issues. And I look at the three matters that are here today, the groups that you guys were just involved in: infrastructure, electronics, and manufacturing. And just doing a quick Google search, here's where the job demands are in these three areas alone. For infrastructure, operations, maintenance engineers, and various STEM roles, they're anticipating a need of 1.5 million new jobs in this country each year until at least 2031. For electronics, which is electronics and electrical engineering, except computers, they're saying at least 20,000 jobs per year will be needed every year till at least the year 2031. And then with manufacturing, which involves everything from engineering to welding to parts making, technician, machinist, millwright, all these skilled jobs involved in that industry, they are projecting at this point a shortfall of 2.1 million manufacturing workers by 2030 as more people retire and fewer people fill the openings. So it's important to have discussions like this to realize what we're only going to address these issues if we talk about it and work together to make it better. So at this point, I would like to get into the group discussions. I spent a few minutes in each group, and three things jumped out at me that was kind of shared in all three groups. One, there's definitely an energy and interest in these areas. Two, there's definitely a need for the workforce in all areas. And three, there's always there's an evolution going on in all three industries. It seems like what was an issue 2 years ago has kind of changed now, and you're anticipating it more. And we all know that change is constant, and we're all trying to adjust to it. So, but with that, let's start with the infrastructure group. Who wants to speak on behalf of the infrastructure group? And then we're going to have Amy Jones here, who's going to just kind of keep the minutes of what was input today. And then we'll have this documented for future programming and future resources. So who's going to speak on behalf of the infrastructure group? Don't know. There we go.
Okay, good job.
He's a leader right here.
Yep.
So for the infrastructure group, it was hosted, I can't remember her name, but by a woman from DTE. It was mainly talking about Angela, as it's also typed out up there. Basically, how DTE is preparing for the EV future, what they're doing to solidify the existing network, what they're doing as far as planning more charging locations, including building a fleet hub at 96 and Telegraph just inside Redford. We covered the current mix of how they procure their electricity through renewables, methane, nuclear, and coal, and their plan to phase and shift that mix over the next 15 years. Then we also kind of went over some of the rebates that are available as far as how DTE will help you get home chargers installed, and also how they are working with numerous manufacturers and also numerous charging manufacturers to strengthen and improve those rebate programs over time. And I think that was the majority of what we kind of covered.
Yeah, I think she talked a little bit about how they're trying to get the charging to be faster.
So we did do a comparison of current EV vehicles and what types of chargers they have. She covered how a lot of engineers and material workers are working on trying to get better charging, cooler batteries, cooler cables in order to increase the amount. Cooler by temperature in order to increase the charging capacity of the batteries.
Was there any discussion on what is needed to make this happen going forward?
As far as career possibilities, there was nothing specifically mentioned as far as what specific roles would be needed. She did talk about how DTE, along with working with consumers and working with the state of Michigan, and Eagle was working to grow the workforce and putting all these infrastructure pieces into place.
All right, well, thank you, Team Infrastructure.
Great, thank you.
Appreciate that. Let's go to Team Electronics now. I know Rob Ludley led that group, but Rob, do you want to speak on behalf of that, or do you have someone else in mind? Oh, we can go.
Hunter. Hunter, you're up.
This is your discussion. We can go back and forth.
And don't worry, he'll come back. We'll go back to him.
Okay, in the electronics discussion, very thought-provoking, interesting conversations that we had in there. We talked a lot about, at first, talking about how EV vehicles and, oh my God, what's the word I'm looking for? EV vehicles in terms of like how it was growing and how like it possibly became stagnant over time due to who wanted it in the market, due to market penetration. It was like the fear of like how far the vehicles got because you can't charge it anywhere. Range.
Range anxiety.
Yes. Range anxiety. And weirdly enough, in terms of talking about the electronics, it also leads into infrastructure just for that these electronics, we're making them, we've put the investment into them, but it's become a stagnant market due to like you can't charge it anywhere. Like anywhere that you can charge it isn't like nearby where you work or let's say go to the gym or go home or something like that. It's either at home or you have to charge in like a parking lot and then walk somewhere to wherever you were going anyway in the first place, which is super inconvenient.
Anybody else that was in there could help Hunter.
I know, please, I'll accept any help.
Well, I know Justin brought up a little bit because I was in this for a few minutes about maybe the EV push got a little ahead of an interest in hybrids, and we're seeing gains in hybrid interest right now. And Justin, you talked quite a bit about that.
Yeah, we had we kind of maybe got a little bit off topic because we're industry folks, so we want to talk about what's in the industry, not necessarily electronics, but talking about the market shift and where we may see things heading and where things have gone and maybe where they're going in the future. I think Hunter talked about it. We talked about range anxiety and maybe some of the consumer sentiment that the early adopters are no longer the adopters. They're the abandoners. They're exiting those markets. We talked a little bit about that. Then we also talked about the university side of things, about maybe how the university is structured in terms of a curriculum. I think it was SACA was the acronym. I'm used to Bosch. We only have 3 letters, not 4 letters, so I stumble with that fourth. Talked about SACA and how its relevancy towards industry and what it means towards us as those industry partners and what we're valuing. And we're valuing someone that has not only the theoretical knowledge, but also someone that has that practical hands-on knowledge. Because ultimately that's what we need at the end of the day. We need someone that understands it, but also can dive into it, put their fingers on it, and solve a problem. So we talked a little bit about that and what those certifications are and the relevancy towards the industry, as well as the relevancy towards maybe the curricula in the programs. And that we don't necessarily need to look just at Schoolcraft as an institution for providing classes for students, but maybe providing classes for the community that are on a non-credit basis, and what are some of the beneficiaries to doing that, and continuing those collaborations and having discussions about what it is we're looking for and what industry trends are out there.
I think, Justin, one of the things you had mentioned was the effect on suppliers like you guys, that you gear up for a certain product, right? And I think you mentioned the motors, if I have this right. You gear up for that and you spend a lot of money on it, and then another company, maybe an OEM, decides that, oh, we're going to do that ourselves. And so maybe you can just kind of...
Yeah, in the industry, at least within Bosch, we call them PMPs, Progressive Mobility Players. And these are companies that were formerly never considered to be competitors or even in the market. We have a lot of these companies, especially in the hydrogen domain, as well as in the electrification domain, that are popping up. And you have a Samsung that now wants to make a vehicle instead of just a display unit or a phone or something like that. Hyundai now wants to get into making more than just electronics and making commercial vehicles. They've never entered that market before. So how do we keep ourselves relevant to the industry and yet combat these other areas that are non-conventional players? There's a lot of competition. There's a lot of investments. We as an organization, as I mentioned in the discussion, we ramped up for e-motor production only to have that e-motor production cut by our end customer. And our end customer goes to either to make the e-motor themselves or goes to another one of these PMP players in the background and says, okay, you guys are a commodity market. Maybe we can make this cheaper in China or somewhere else in the world. So it really puts heavy pressure on us in the industry to make the right investments at the right time and in the right locations.
Going back to the issue of, or the focus of this group, and that was electronics and electricity. Justin or anyone else from that group, what are the needs you see for your industry going forward as far as talent and the type of worker you're looking for in these areas?
Yeah, probably mentioned it in the panel this morning. Software is a big one. Electrical is obviously a monumental role that we're looking for as well. And it's the connection and it's the marriage of those two together. It's the ability to have that high-level hierarchy understanding of the systems, and then to be able to understand how they touch each other, how they interact with each other, and of course how to solve issues within them. There's a lot of optimization. I think formerly, and Frank can probably attest to this too, being in the industry, we would take products that were new and innovative and we had patents on them and nobody else could touch them. Now we're talking about a hybrid program or an EV program that everybody has access to. And how do you create your own distinction in the market to that to keep your company profitable and separate from your competitors?
And actually, the point you bring up, Rob, isn't that ultimately the goal of the mechatronics program that you have here at Schoolcraft, is the multiple disciplines and adjusting, problem solving?
Absolutely, yeah. And I think one of the things that we probably need to look at as we kind of revamp some of our electronics program is, how much more can we put in terms of that software connection and cybersecurity. I think those are key.
Any last thoughts on electronics, electricity, that group?
I think one of the things that was brought up, and it kind of goes back to the industry, that people seem to be, what do you call them, de-adopters or no, abandoners, right?
Abandoners.
So they tried, they were early adopters with the EVs and then find that, well, it's not working out for me, so I'm not going to do that anymore. So they abandon it. But now companies are looking at that and going, okay, well, maybe now we need to get back into hybrids. And so you're working on several different platforms and maybe even thinking about hydrogen. And so, I'm looking at John Walsh's data that we're going to be losing a bunch of jobs because there's not as many parts in an electric vehicle. But now we've got electric vehicle and hybrid and maybe hydrogen or whatever. So it seems like there's going to be more jobs. So I guess I'm...
Yeah, and I maintain the position, I think, throughout the day. The combustion engine jobs aren't going away. They may be downsized or let natural attrition take its course, and as the more experienced folks retire, we don't replace them. But also within our organization, we see a lot of transformation over towards new technology. But it's crucial that we keep that core competency there, because those combustion engine topics are our bread and butter. That's where we make all of our money. So we have to make sure that we staff that adequately and we still have people that understand and know that technology. And that's going to be there for many decades in the future. Yeah.
And as far as the manufacturing of all of that, when you think about a mechatronics, that's all going to be automated too, right? So you're going to have somebody that really understands that connection between the software, the hardware, the electronics, just to do the manufacturing part of it. So I think regardless of where you go, whatever platform that is, that's still a good skill set. Is that? Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what Justin said. Although the move to hybrids is going to prolong the internal combustion engines, the hybrid systems do not have the complexity of the engines that we use today. So they can be simplified. You can still deliver the performance of those, And that also helps with the cost, because in the hybrid, you have the engine, and on top of it, you have the battery, you have the inverter, you have all the other stuff. So it is an expensive system. Once you add the plug-in, that's at extra cost for the plug-in. So it is, companies have to figure out a way to reduce the overall cost so the consumer can still purchase it. One way is the simplification. The other one is reducing the complexity. So although we are going to have engines, we're not going to have as many variants of engines. So there's going to be reduced in the number of architectures, because they just cannot, OEMs cannot handle the workload.
All right, well, that's a good
Okay.
transition in Frank, because Frank led the manufacturing group.
Steve is going to talk.
So Steve's going to speak on that. Okay, very good. But
Okay.
yeah, this was a healthy sized group. A lot of interesting people in it. So, what were your takeaways?
Yeah, so we definitely focused a lot on applicable job skills. So kind of a combination of, okay, what are you bringing coming into maybe some of these training programs, but then also what are the expectations going into the workforce? So we kind of highlighted that distinction, right, of you don't necessarily need to learn everything in these training programs in order to come into these jobs. Yeah, Paul was in our group, and he really kind of highlighted that a lot, right? Like, they don't necessarily expect you anymore to come in with all of these certifications. Obviously, they're nice getting into some of the specialization types of areas, but really it's a non-essential kind of coming into the workforce. And we also talked a lot about the distinction between colleges and then maybe more of the technical programs, right? Like, and all of that emphasizing more conceptual work versus the actual hands-on, because you don't necessarily get it, or in a lot of people's cases, they don't necessarily get it until their hands are on something, and you're actually, you're physically taking the car apart, you're physically putting it together. And then with the transition into EVs, it's kind of been a theme of the day. Understanding now, okay, well, maybe the ICE units aren't going away, but it's kind of a totally new playing field as far as the EVs go, like how to deal with these high voltage batteries, and what's a safe way to handle them, what's a not safe way to handle them. And then kind of, as far as my more personal interests, the materials that we're using for these things, how do they weld together? How do they corrode? What sorts of things are we going to see in that sense as well? Yeah, those are kind of the main points we hit. We also hit kind of now we've gotten to a point where you can't necessarily pigeonhole yourself into one section. So you can't just be the drivetrain guy necessarily. I'm kind of throwing out a random example, but now you have to have a more all-encompassing understanding of how these systems work and how they work together. I think
It's funny you bring that up, because I think one of the big generational disconnects about the manufacturing industry is how high tech it is. I think a lot of parents have scared their kids away from the industry because they think it's this dark, dingy, asbestos-filled, facility that they're in. No, it's bright, it's high tech. One of our first manufacturing days we did about 6-7 years ago was we were at Alpha USA, and kids were actually eating on the floor. Not that was the objective of it, but it was such a clean place. The kids felt comfortable eating their Jimmy John sandwich while sitting on the floor. And it's just it's that image that I think more and more people need to see. That's what we try to do with Touch a Job, again, to show people how high tech these traditional skilled trades jobs, which got an unfair stigma. It's like, my kid's a 4-year kid, the other kids go to skilled trades. No, skilled trades in many chances are going to make more money than the people getting their 4-year degrees.
Yeah.
Okay, unless you're going to certain disciplines or something like that.
Yes.
So.
Sorry, that was also something we kind of went on a little anecdote about that too. People sharing some different experiences about how sometimes with parenting, not that I'm a parent personally, but people sharing experiences about how with their kids, there's kind of the tendency to, hey, just go play on the iPad or go watch the TV, and not that they're dismissive parents, but they were just giving these examples of how now it's more so about how letting the kids engage with the technology in a more hands-off approach versus, oh, so you think this is cool and you want to learn how this works, let's take it apart, put it back together, or oh, it's broken, let's try and figure out how to fix it. And that was kind of another thing we talked about. And again, being on this side of the generations, right, I'm on the receiving end of that, where I didn't necessarily get as much of that that technical hands-on experience that maybe some of the rest of you guys would have gotten. So it is kind of interesting to hear that from the other perspective, right? That is definitely a lost art to some extent.
From that group, what are some next steps or ways to gain more interest and getting more people in the right direction in the training for what the industry needs?
Yeah, so I think it's kind of what you said too, right? Having to touch a job and getting that kind of experience, interacting with those things and actually understanding what it is, right? Because again, I'll go back to my example. I'm interested in material science. I had no clue what that was until somebody shared that with me. And I think that's kind of the same case with a lot of these manufacturing jobs, right? And it's events like these that kind of help to expose people to it as well.
One thing we discussed in planning Touch a Job, and Amy, I think you'll remember that we had this discussion, is that as we see students get fired up here about getting into these types of fields, you got to put it on your social media. You got to put it on your Instagram. You got to put it on your Twitter, or X as it is now, and whatever other platforms there are to show, because that's where the majority of kids are getting their career interest from, is what they see in their feeds. And so if we can introduce more 12 and 13 and 14-year-olds to other types of fields, to connect them to their passions, what they think they're really interested in. Because right now they're limited for the most part to a limited, and not to bag on K-12, but K-12 has got a curriculum they got to follow. It's a very college prep oriented curriculum. So there's only so much time, and they can only talk about what in the context of those things. So if into social media, we can get more young people that are fired up about what they're learning right here, that could do enormous good for growing these industries going forward. Dawn?
Well, likewise, some of you were we had a networking class or workshop a couple weeks ago before this. And I think that you talk about social media as students and future professionals, you want to put out there all the time what you're learning and, that you're current and engaged in the area that you want to go into. That's part of building your personal brand, because nowadays people are reaching out all over on LinkedIn. And so I would also recommend that from that standpoint.
Yeah, the passion of building and fixing things, show that, demonstrate that with what you're doing in class, maybe what you're doing on the side. If you're starting to tinker with cars or repairing machines on the side, show that you did that. Show that you had a lot of fun doing it and what you got out of it. And that's how you can be ambassadors to growing it, because you folks are heading into these careers right now. You can be an ambassador for growing it in the future, because you're a lot more tech savvy than I am. A lot more tech savvy than I am. I'm sure others as well, except for Rob, of course. So, any closing thought? For people that maybe weren't in the infrastructure, electronic, or you're in a different group, any questions for the other group? We got 5 minutes left before I get booted off the stage here. Manufacturing 2.1 million by 2030. And they identified manufacturing. It's ever evolving, but engineers, welding, control, quality control, machinists, technicians, millwrights, and software developers. Any other questions to the other group? So, all right, well, thank you for a few minutes of this. Thank you to each of the committees for spending the time to analyze this stuff, and it definitely makes us all a little smarter going forward. Enjoy the rest of your day and the rest of the program.
Thanks, Dan, and all the groups. Excited to introduce Jim Gorman, who's from the Michigan Manufacturing Technology Center. It's kind of a think tank or advisory group, and you'll probably explain a little bit more in detail of that. For companies that are kind of smaller manufacturing companies, particularly in Michigan, they've done a lot of work, and I think it's going to be interesting to hear this quality and mobility 4.0, 5.0. You know, we've done the industry 1.0 and all the way up to 4.0. Now we're starting to hear 5.0, and you're going to hear more and more about that from Jim. So please help me in welcoming Jim.
Can you hear me now? Okay, good. All right, I'll try again. Good afternoon. Thanks for hanging in there, everybody. I noticed the crowd has thinned out a little bit, but thanks for hanging in there. My name is Jim Gorman. I'm from the Michigan Manufacturing Technology Center, located right here in Plymouth, Michigan. I'm the vice president of sales, basically, business development and strategy. Ingrid Tai, our president, was originally scheduled to present today. On this topic of quality 4.0 and 5.0, but she was double booked and sent her sales guy to talk about, quality. So this is an introduction, I guess, a little bit about me. I worked for a company called Johnson Controls in automotive interiors for about 25 years. I'm sure those of you who have been in the automotive industry for a while remember Johnson Controls. I had the opportunity during that time to work in Germany for a couple years, and also in our Japan office, started our Japan operation. So for any of the students, kind of a little bit on what Quentin was saying earlier, when you hear people say, the automotive industry, I'm going to make sure my kids don't go into automotive, it's a tough career path or whatever, I say, don't believe them. It's fascinating. I've had a wonderful career, just over 30 years doing automotive. I've been at the Technology Center for about 2 years, moved into a sales role out of engineering, and have really been enjoying it. It's been a pleasure to be here today, especially, I have to say, the students. I'm encouraged and inspired, by your professionalism and your aptitude for the topics that we're discussing here today. So, and I've tried to tailor this presentation a little bit towards you. So, all right, tell you a little bit about the Michigan Manufacturing Technology Center. Been in business about 32 years. We are a private-public partnership. We get some of our funding through the federal government, through the Chamber of Commerce, National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST. We get funding through the state of Michigan, through the MEDC, and then we also generate industry sales. So we're not totally dependent upon, our funding sources. We actually have to go out and sell, and, almost like a for-profit business, which I think is a great mix. We specialize in, workforce development, lean manufacturing, quality systems, Industry 4.0, so we try and introduce small, medium-sized manufacturers to new technology. Our sweet spot is probably companies in the range of about 50 employees. We range from, we can go into a mom and pop shop with 8 or 10 employees, and we go up to about 500 employees. So that's kind of the space that we operate in. We have 5 locations around the state of Michigan, so we are a statewide organization. Detroit, Grand Rapids, Saginaw, Traverse City, and the UP. I think that's about it for MMTC. Talking about the industrial revolutions, I like to start here just to kind of, lay the foundation for what we'll talk about a little bit with, the Industry 5.0, which is coming. I had to learn about it myself, and a lot of the people that I asked about it really didn't know much about, Industry 5.0 or Quality 5.0. But starting back, in the 1890-ish, Industry 1.0, kind of fueled by water, power, and steam, mechanization, tools, started manufacturing products around the world. I don't think we have a lot of information about it, but I would imagine it was maybe a little closer to what we talked about with the grit and the grime, and probably some hardcore work being done. Moving into Industry 2.0, I think is what most of us are more familiar with, kind of the dawn of the automotive age, mass production, the assembly line, modern assembly line, and of course electricity, helped to fuel all of that. They say that the dates are roughly 1890 to 1940. Moving into Industry 3.0, this is kind of where I started my career. We had we include robotics a lot of times in Industry 4.0, but if you were in an automotive plant in the late 80s or 90s, you started to see some of these commercial robots go into the body shops and the welding operations, a lot of the automotive plants, the 3Ds, the dirty, dangerous, and dull. And also PLCs, we started to be able to have better control of our manufacturing processes with computers. And then Industry 4.0, which we hear so much about these days, we started to have data collection. I think of it as, I would get, messages on my cell phone that we had a machine down. That was, again, starting my career. I could have never imagined a time where I would get, we had a vibe welder down, or, some machine is having some level of difficulty. And really started, big data started collecting data, had sensors that could be easily adopted. Even we do it now with some of the small companies. We can put sensors in and start collecting data, even off of old equipment or older equipment. So that's the Industry 4.0. This would be kind of we call them the 9 nodes at the Michigan Manufacturing Technology Center. But think of this as kind of the toolkit or the toolbox for Industry 4.0, and I'm sure you guys are familiar with a lot of this. We haven't talked much today about additive manufacturing, 3D printing and kind of what that means, going forward. Autonomous robots. It's amazing these days how many small, medium-sized companies we go into that are having labor shortage. I mean, the two problems we hear the most often are, I have more, orders than I can fulfill. I was going to add that to the introduction on MMTC. We visit about 500 small, medium-sized manufacturers every year. So we really are the boots on the ground. And I would say if there's anything that I'm most proud of with, being associated with MMTC is we can go into a plant, take a conference room, do training, and then go out on the floor. And rather than using examples, like textbook examples, we'll actually go out and try and solve a problem on the shop floor. And it's great work. It's a lot of fun. So, but you hear the two issues that you hear. One, I have more orders than I can fulfill, and I don't have enough people. I'm short on labor. So we do a lot of work with showing people how they can set up a collaborative robot to take on. I would say the discussion around that has changed a lot, right? My time, when we would hear about automation, there was fear associated with it because the robots are coming to take my job. I think that the conversation nowadays is, we don't have enough people to do the work. So why not, implement a collaborative robot or something to assist with, getting the work out. So let's talk a little bit. I had to kind of research this again, not having a really strong quality background, but let's talk about Quality 4.0. And it, of course, aligns very closely with Industry 4.0. So for me, the adoption of automation tools that enable machines to complete operations and free up human capital to focus on higher tasks. We have this conversation a lot, and there's still a lot of fear, unfortunately, out there associated with automation and technology. Cultural issues, I think. We've always done it this way. Why change now? Data collection, huge part of, I think, making data-driven decisions on things, using key processing parameters, being able to kind of look at, what would you say, the parameters that make it a good part versus, any process that would be outside of that to be notified that you're, I'll get into some industry examples here, but, just knowing that proactively that you're about to make a bad part before you actually start making bad parts is incredibly, powerful from a production or an operations standpoint. And then the emphasis shifting from, the production to really the system design. We do so many things nowadays with sensors and, kind of like, locking nest. If you put the wrong part into a nest and it senses that you have the wrong color, it'll lock up the nest and not allow you to pass on the bad part, to the next operation. A lot of that, goes into any new assembly process that you would build nowadays, and driven by the ERP, so barcode scanning. I'll talk a little bit about wire harnesses. My last launch was the F-150, the P702, and I think there were 72 IP wire harnesses. So it was very easy for an operator to grab the wrong wire harness and build it, into the cockpit module, and then add another 500 plus parts on top of it, and find out at the end of line test that you built the wrong wire harness. That's bad news. You don't want to be in that situation. So a lot of the Quality 4.0 or Industry 4.0 tools have helped us to avoid, doing that at least as frequently as we would have before we had those tools. So let's talk about Quality 5.0. So I went around the office. We have a lot of quality professionals. Hey, what do you know about Quality 5.0? Not a lot, I have to say. Even Google search and didn't find a lot of information. Reached out. Again, one of the benefits maybe of MMTC, have lots of partners at companies, small, medium-sized manufacturers I can lean into. So what I was able to gather is the word that was missing from the 9 nodes that is now becoming, we've heard so much about it, recently, is artificial intelligence. So the adoption of advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, to gather and analyze data in real time. This is where I think it starts to get a little exciting, but also a little scary. Machines learn how to self-regulate and manage their own productivity and quality. Potential to identify potential defects and quality issues before they occur. And then, AI is basically going to be built into the manufacturing platforms. What does this mean? Societal changes, as we go through these industry examples, I'll be able to highlight kind of the, what this means for maybe the future of our workforce. So I have 3 industry examples here. This first one is this is basically what we would call, the passenger upper trim. This is where the passenger side airbag is installed. And you can see the chute, that part on the lower left, and then the trim piece. And then you see in the photo at the bottom right, you see the actual module. This is a safety critical part. This is when you're doing a PFEMA. This is the highest RPN value. This could result in loss of life if it's not done correctly. So from a quality standpoint, the stakes don't get much higher. This weld has to be perfect every time. So looking at the process, the vibration welding process, these are the 5 key variables. So frequency, amplitude, pressure, time, and depth. Depth was the one that the customer typically required us to monitor very closely, because if anything went wrong with the weld, it would not weld to the proper depth, and that would mean that we had an issue. Just a small diagram there at the bottom showing kind of the ultrasonic or the vibration weld process. There's little weld initiators. You vibrate at a very high frequency, and it basically melts what do we used to call them? I'm trying to remember the name. But the sharp points at the bottom of that top piece would weld and flatten out the way you see it in the right-hand side after the weld. So what was I going to tell you? So what we used to do when it came to weld depth was we would get alerts with the key processing parameters for the vibration weld. And when we would start to see the data start to skew, we would basically send out a technician, and typically the root cause in many cases was the weld nests, which are made of urethane. They would start to wear out because of the high frequency weld, and then the process would start to go off of the the ideal processing parameters for the part. And so we would send someone out there to shim the nest. We might increase the well depth, but it was all human interaction. The advanced manufacturing engineers would go out on the floor and resolve the issue. And in worst case scenario, we'd have a backup nest. We'd have to replace the nest. So in summary, you're getting data off of the PLC. A lot of times it's going directly to your phone or your computer. So you're feeling good about that. But at the end of the day, it's an engineer that has to go out and fix the machine, right? Has to address the issue, and hopefully in time before you're shipping bad parts. Second example. So this is back to the F-150. This is a sync module. There were 9 variants of this, and you see the wire harness here in the bottom left. And this was more of a visual inspection, or using a vision system. And what we actually implemented, and it was hard to do, but we basically use a vision system to take a snapshot of the part going down the line, and then we overlay it to a good image for that assembly. And basically the camera is able to let you know, I see some head shaking, which is good. Again, this was fascinating to me at the time that we did this work. Basically the camera would let you know that, hey, it would stop the line and say this is a bad part, or these your connectors are not in the correct outlets. You have to fix this before you build up the rest of the assembly. So this was a good example, I think, again, in my opinion, probably Industry 4.0, because you have to stop the line. Someone has to physically go and change the wire harness locations or put the correct wire harness on. So then this is where I reached out to Brandon Fuller. Brandon Fuller is the president of Eagle Technologies in Bridgman, and because he was building equipment basically that was being used for battery cell manufacturing, which I thought was kind of on topic for today. So what I learned, because I would say professionally speaking, I'm more of an ICE than an EV engineer. So I learned a little bit about battery cell technology. And basically there's, the cells go into the module goes into the pack. That's what Brandon taught me about the manufacturing process. So when the OEM or the battery cell manufacturers, they purchase from companies like LG, Panasonic, Samsung, these battery cells, and there's a lot of variation in these parts. So when you do a electrical test on these parts coming in, there's a lot of variation. Different companies, different battery chemistries. So they undergo an electrical check to determine their capacity. There's a couple of different tests that they run. And then this is where I think it becomes more maybe a good example of Industry 5.0. So prior to the battery module being assembled, utilizing AI technology, the battery cells are automatically binned into WIP based on their capacity. So I don't know if it's robotic or what, but they'll move the batteries into different categories. And then next, in the assembly process of the pack, they'll grab the different modules and basically balance them out. So that you call it smoothing, because you wouldn't want one battery cell to be supercharged and the other one to have all the lower charged battery cells in it. So basically if I were to kind of try and summarize it, is that the equipment, the manufacturing equipment is smart. It doesn't require a human to come in and actually do anything. It knows what to do and it does it. So if you were to look into the previous 2 examples, in the welding situation, instead of an engineer coming out and shimming the nest or putting in a new nest, the machine might automatically adjust and say, we need to increase our weld depth by 0.5 millimeter because the nest is starting to wear. In the case of the electrical wire harness connections, that's a tough one. I don't know if that would be robotic or what, but it would correct the issue, maybe install robotically the connectors instead of having a human do it. So that's kind of what I learned, I guess, in a nutshell about Industry 5.0, and I guess Quality 5.0 is that, the manufacturing process is becoming much smarter, and this could apply to preventive maintenance. I envision, an AGV coming out and with maybe a collaborative robot on it, it could come out and, take the side panel off of a piece of equipment and actually, change out the fluids and do PM without any human intervention on a schedule. I mean, it's wild stuff and it is a little scary, but I really do believe that we have the tools available today, that we could do this. So for your future, this might be something that you would, be involved with and something that you could play a part in. So any questions, I guess? That's kind of, in summary, what I've learned over the past couple weeks. Questions, comments? And anybody who knows, maybe more than what I do about Quality 5.0, maybe.
This is the first I've heard of Quality
me too.
5.0, and AI is something that is so, I use it now.
Yeah.
Because it really
it's
does
amazing.
help edit down things. What do you think in terms of, with AI, how do you think that is going to be integrated into everything? Can you give some examples of what you're talking about? Yeah, sure. And what kind of training people need?
Yeah, that's a good question.
That went out again.
You still hear me? Okay. So we've got a work group, a user group at our Grand Rapids location, and they're doing exactly that. They're saying, what are practical applications for AI? What can we do with it? And so it's a user group is a number of companies that meet probably once a month in this case. And what they're trying to do is figure out how to populate a PFEMA. So if you know what a PFEMA is, a process FEMA, it is a very cumbersome task to fill out a PFEMA. So what they're trying to do is, use AI to potentially, help populate the PFEMA.
So like the paperwork that needs to happen.
Yep.
What about inside vehicles? I'm all excited about this because can I just get in with my pillow and my jammies and say, okay.
You're thinking more autonomous, I think.
Well, autonomous, but you need AI for the vehicle to, right? I don't know.
I'm sure.
I think to go back to what Paul said earlier, I think today was this, you have this network on wheels. And with, what was it, 300,000 algorithms first, and now it's a couple million. So basically that's what we're talking about. This is AI on wheels.
Yep.
Right?
So isn't that kind of cheating? I mean, anyone that's really been in an audit,
Right.
ISO 9000, I mean, that's kind of intimidating. You have an auditor standing there behind you, and if you don't find the document they want,
right,
you're going to get fined. So PFEMA,
Yes.
what, you're cheating on filling out the MMOG for GM?
I
mean,
I
is that
don't know.
what they're doing now? Because you're not doing
Right.
your work instructions,
I think
or
it's kind of like the discussion around, robotics, right? That fear that the robot's going to take my job, But I think what we're finding is that, especially with collaborative robots, it's enabling us to do more, better. And I think I hope that that's what AI will be. It is kind of scary, but what it would do if it could help us to more quickly, get to where the high RPNs are, which is basically we're trying to understand where there's risk, right? And then come up with countermeasures so that we can alleviate that risk. So if it's a tool that helps us to do that, then maybe it's not cheating, or you know what I mean? And it's new to all of us, I think. But I hope that it will be an enabler, and
Could
not
actually make it more accurate.
right.
Scary.
It is.
then all your managers or your plant supervisors, okay, AI could create it, but then of course, then you need a class to teach management what it really says.
Yeah, you would still have to understand what the purpose of the PFEMA is. So, yeah.
That's another question is, we're seeing the same thing in education with our students. I'm pointing at you, Rob, but those who are faculty members that are here, Steve. I mean, our students now are so savvy on the tech side that, you know, are in education, not just here. You know, how do they really get to understand and know the topic, or are they just using AI? So now there's ways that education is addressing that, and I know enough to be dangerous, but I know, you know, Kiambra's here, Steve's here, and I know that's a big discussion in all universities.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That covers a lot of ground. Yeah, this GPT or whatever, you know, that covers a lot. So there's a lot of advantages to that, and we're probably getting maybe a little off topic here, I think. But it's AI, but it's, you know, it's just, those are things that are just already out on the internet. And so, you know, do you want a Google doctor? Probably not. Are there ways that you can find out more about your medical care? Absolutely, probably more than ever, probably more than you care to. But, you know, to kind of come back to this discussion, I think, you know, there are companies out there, and I know the manufacturing folks here are aware of them, but there's a company in Ann Arbor called Zoller. That's what they do is they create these, I guess, I'm not sure if it's
machine tool. Is that what?
Yeah, they do machine tools, but I'm just trying to think of the terminology. It's not really AI, but it's like,
it's analyzing wear, right? It's tool wear.
Exactly. So it's got on the tool. It can figure out how many hours that tool is running. It can evaluate it while it's running, so that it'll actually take it out. A robot will take it out and replace it. Have that one, so you don't have to think about it.
Right.
You know?
Before you start making bad parts.
Yeah.
Before you start making.
And then it
scrap.
comes back to the data analytics, because you're getting readouts on all
That's
this,
right.
and so, you know, and red flags or whatever, right?
I think we are talking about two different things. What you mentioned is the predictive maintenance versus crisis maintenance. You're predicting the number of hits, and you probably, you know, you can use sensors to monitor the quality of the part that comes on, and that's going to give you a signal whether it's time to change or not. Regenerative AI uses what's available out there, what's in the public domain. So if let's say you're doing a new process, but it's basically a replication of everything you have done before. AI can work that. But if you're making any adjustments that might influence the output, or then there is no information out there, and regenerative AI doesn't have the right resources to go and pick it up. So we've got to be very careful that there is if the information that's needed to do the job is not out in the domain, regenerative AI cannot do what the human does, because then it requires analysis. See what I'm saying? It does a great job. It does a great job with what's out there. But it cannot create something that has not been created yet. Maybe that day comes, but
maybe not yet, right? But yeah, I would say, like, just like to use the vibration welding, you know, example, right? You're right. A human would have to say, you know, if this condition, then do this, right? But the idea is once you do that, the machine knows to do that. And I think that's different than at least the time that I've spent working in manufacturing. It always required that kind of, you know, we thought we were really ahead of the game when we would get the information and say, hey, our process is starting to run, you know, off center. Someone needs to go do something. That was pretty cool. But now I think the next step is we're starting to skew, and the correction automatically occurs because the machine and the tools that are involved know how to adjust to address the issue. But it's a big topic. Yeah.
I got PFEMA mixed up with PPAP.
Right.
It's too many acronyms. So I was still like with your topic.
Yeah.
I was relating it to process.
PFEMA's, you know, a tool that we use in DFEMA, PFEMA to basically assign risk to the different attributes of a design or a manufacturing process. So I think it came out of the aerospace industry is what I always heard. And it's why you have redundant systems in a lot of aircraft and things like that, because...
Well, I guess that keeps, no. I mean, thank you very much
You're
for
welcome.
coming. We have a little gift for you here.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you. It's hard to be the last keynote.
Yes, thank you.
But thank you, and good stuff. I mean, this is the future.
Yeah, I think so.
And there's a lot coming out. Thank you to all the employers that are here and stayed. We appreciate it. Thank you, students. We appreciate you spending the day here. Thank you to everybody who put it on. Amy Jones, especially, doing heavy lifting. We appreciate it. And thank you, Rob. Do you have any last words?
No, I just, it's the same thing. Really appreciate everybody coming out. Hopefully, you've got some connections here. I've made quite a few. Hopefully they'll continue, and looking forward to working with everybody.
We will be sending out a survey, and we hope you will complete it to give us some ideas for next year and tips and input. We really would appreciate it. Thank you.